welcome to Skybound Xpo. No,
we're not doing this today.
Welcome to Skybound Xpo III. My name is Sam I'm hosting you guys.
Sam.
This is just out of control. The unprofessionalism is crazy.
You're the newcomer here.
You know what? You're right. And there's something that we have that unites us.
It's true.
Skybound love. Oh yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Skybound Xpo III, Revenge of the Expo, if you will. And today we have an awesome show for you. And if you don't know what the Skybound Expo is, it's our virtual convention that is celebrating all things Skybound Tabletop and, of course, comics. We have great panels coming your way today, including the first ever pro wrestling panel. It's going to break down the world of pro wrestling, which I'm very, very excited about. So much coming your way today, you are not going to want to miss a moment.
That's right. And look, everybody out there, everyone who's listening to us, if you can hear my voice, I want you to do one thing. Take out your phone, because all throughout today, we are going to have QR codes on the screen. If you scan the QR codes, you are going to get pointed at those super cool things that we are talking about all day. Oh, and by the way, if you buy things today, it's free shipping on orders of $99 or more. Come on, free ship. Did you hear that right? Free shipping on Comic Vault Live items? Can I get a whoop whoop for that? That's what I'm talking about. And you can go to store. Do not go to score.
Don't go to score.
Go to store.skybound.com. You can shop there too. That's my favorite website, I gotta say.
Yeah, okay, so talking about favorites, we have a lot of stuff coming on the show today.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any specific favorite things that we're going to be talking about? Being an esteemed comic book writer.
Excuse you, please. Oh, you're too sweet. You're too sweet. Look, I am super excited for Comic Vault Live. They say it's going to be the biggest ever. It could be a barn burner. It could break my bank, but I will be laughing all the way. How about you? What are you looking forward to?
Man, okay, so the last expo that I was on, I talked to you guys about how I wasn't a huge comic book fan growing up. I know.
I see how it is.
I see. But
okay.
Every single time that I get the opportunity to do one of these, I get flooded with a ton of great comics from Brian, who is going to be on the show later today, Skybound's very own Brian Huntington.
That's right.
And he's always like, you got to read this, you got to check this out. And so I went through and I read all the stuff that we're going to be covering, or most of the stuff we're going to be covering on the show today. And I got to tell you, Impact Winter #1 was awesome. It was so cool. The art was great. The storytelling was badass. And also the thing that I loved so much about it was the art being beautiful. It wasn't like overcomplicated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just want simplicity in the storytelling. You don't want to distract. You want to know who the characters are. You want to know what their emotions are. You want to know what they're doing. You don't want to be distracted by too much. It's a real art. Sometimes it's harder to be simple than complicated.
Totally, man. So that was one of the things that I'm most excited about. And the other thing was I hate this place. We got issues 1, 2, and 3. I just love the feel of that. I love how crazy it is. I love how brutal it is. There's so much about that comic that I love. So you guys are winning me over. I'm becoming a comic book guy slowly.
I love to hear this. You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited to be here with you talking about Skybound. And everybody in the chat right now, everybody listening to us on YouTube, this is a fantastic time, all of us to come together, talk about what Skybound is. And Skybound, it's the TV shows, it's the comics, yes, but it's also the games.
Yeah.
It's also the podcasts.
Yep.
It's also the artwork. This is an incredible day to embrace all that. And you know what? I love hanging out. I love chit-chat. Just saying things.
Too. All right, so as you guys heard in the intro, or as you saw in the intro, during Expo 3, we're celebrating some of this year's store favorites from comics like The Walking Dead. Maybe you've heard of it. I don't know. Comic-Con, they were just announcing the end of the series and what that might look like for the TV show.
I'm not ready.
So exciting stuff there. Clementine and Murder Falcon, as well as games like Super Fight and Wonderland's War, which you were just talking about. It's a beautiful-looking game.
Gorgeous game. We have a box right here. I think we have some special news about Wonderland's War later today.
Yes.
Cannot wait to drop that. Also, you mentioned Murder Falcon. Can we get a caw for Murder Falcon? All right, that's what I'm talking about. You were talking about Impact Winter earlier.
Yeah.
Impact Winter, if you don't know what it is Skybound's Audible podcast. It is already out. The first season is out. It is a post-apocalyptic vampire thriller. Those are 4 words I love to hear together. Post-apocalyptic vampire thriller. It has reached #1 on Audible Fiction, #1 on Audible Plus, #3 on Apple Podcast Fiction, and it's been in the top 200 Apple Podcasts. Baby, we got a winner. They have already greenlit seasons 2 and 3, so you know there's more Impact Winter action coming. And to tide you over, we have Impact Winter #1. You read this, didn't you?
I did. It was absolutely phenomenal. There's a quick twist in the first episode or issue that
Love
kind
a
of
quick twist.
I don't know. I was like going down one route, and I always like want to talk about them without spoiling them.
I know.
But I will
That's a
say
tough
there's
one.
a bit of a little bit of a heart wrenching twist in the very first issue that
God.
you know, if you haven't listened to the Audible podcast, you won't see it coming. And like I said, I absolutely loved it. And we've got a ton of items on sale today to celebrate Expo 3. Again, scan that QR code all day long. You got to have your phone ready to go because there's going to be deals popping up like 25% off today through Monday, August 1st. And I see products from The Walking Dead, Invincible, Saga, plus deals on games of all kinds, books, collectibles. There's always good stuff during the expo. There's always great sales. And of course, as usual, terms and conditions do apply.
Lawyer, blah, blah, blah. I've heard
know.
enough. Let's get to the good stuff.
They told me I had to.
Yeah.
They told me I had to. Okay, so I talked about what I was most excited about. What are some of the people that you're most excited about seeing today? I know that you know a lot of these people personally, which is really, really cool.
I got some friends on this show.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Not just you, not just the people in
Best
the community.
friends now with our matching outfits.
I know. We got Joshua Williamson, a friend of mine. He's on to talk about his new comic, which is incredible. We got Alex Antone. He's been busy working on Skybound Comet. He's going to be on to talk about everything they're working on. And also my friend Kim Joy, who has a collectible card game here from Skybound.
Yeah, okay. So are you a big board game guy?
You know what?
To be honest.
I am not, but I am ascending. I am on the bubble.
Okay.
I am making it happen. This may shock some of you, but I'm a nerd. I have friends who are nerds. Quiet back there. It's not funny. It's not funny.
It's pretty funny.
I have a lot of nerd friends of all different stripes, which I love because we get to educate each other, just like you learning about comics. I have friends who are super hardcore tabletop gamers. They love it so much, and I'm just always inspired by their passion. And recently, at a friend's birthday party, I played one of my first collectible card games. And I gotta say, I'm a convert.
I was obsessed with Magic and Pokemon when I was a kid. I used to go to like competitive Pokemon tournaments.
Competitive?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Do you have a trophy?
I didn't win.
What?
Yeah.
Come on.
And when you would play, I think the highest I ever placed was like second or third. They gave you a card, which was pretty cool.
Okay.
You know, it's
All right.
better than a trophy.
You got a
It's what you're
card.
actually collecting.
Yes.
Yeah, and then of course I used to be a big Settlers of Catan guy. We used to play it every
absolutely.
Christmas. Me and my family would get together and play it. But then things started to get. My mom would feel like everyone was teaming up on her, and she got really mad, and so we had to stop playing Settlers of Catan during the holidays because my sweet Korean mother could not deal with losing.
If mom says no, you gotta break up the game.
It was
the
like
game is
we're
over.
ruining Christmas by beating her in this. So we're like, do we stop playing or do we let her win? And of course we just stopped playing. We
Stop
couldn't do
playing.
that.
You can't, because that I think would maybe make her angrier.
Yeah,
Don't let me win.
Do not want to make that
I want
woman
to beat
angry.
your butts fairly. I am also really excited to see this Godzilla statue. I'm a huge kaiju fan. I love giant monsters. And I can't wait to learn more about this. It's coming up real soon, isn't it?
It absolutely is. So that's enough out of us, the two, or the professional and the semi-professional over here.
This is so rude. I can't believe the slander on God's own internet.
So we are going to hop into our very, very first panel. It's all about Dark Ride, and it's really cool. It's almost like Class Action Park on crack if the devil was involved. But before we hop into that panel, let's check out this very quick preview of Impact Winter.
Champ, and today we are celebrating the new Skybound series, Dark Ride. Dark Ride number 1 is going to be on sale at your local comic book shops and through your digital providers this October, and you can get an exclusive look in Skybound X number 25, which is available right now. So today's panel is not only the scariest place on earth, but it's also about some real life terrors in theme parks. And if you're an avid theme park goer or just like the occasional theme park goer, you know that terrors happen all the time. We just might not hear about them. So today we have a great panel, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce them, and they're going to tell us a little bit about themselves, and then we're going to get into all the juicy questions. So with us today, we have Joshua Williamson. We also have Andrei, Bressan, and Amanda LaFranco. Hi guys, how's everybody doing?
Hi.
Good.
Hi.
Glad to be here.
Hey there.
All right, so Joshua, tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right, so I'm a comic book writer who loves horror, and I'm the writer of Dark Ride. I also write for DC Comics and does other books. Like I did a book called Nailbiter at Image Comics, which is also a horror book, and then I did a book called Birthright with Andrei.
Andrei, introduce yourself to the panel.
Well, I'm the penciler and inker for Dark Ride, and I started working with for DC a few years ago, and then I had the chance to meet Shawn, and then we started working in Birthright. I'm pretty much
we did 50 issues. Yeah,
Skybound dude.
And Amanda, would you like to tell us about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Amanda LaFranco. I'm an editor here at Skybound. I've been here for just over a year, and I am incredibly excited to be shepherding Josh and Andrei's next project with us. I'm very excited. I'm also a horror fan myself, so really stoked to be on this book.
So this is a really cool book where it seems like we're all fans of horror, we're all fans of theme parks or the idea of theme parks. So kind of meshing those two things together and making it really dark and spooky is amazing. I got a little preview. I loved what I saw, so I cannot wait for October. But for the folks out there that might not know about Dark Ride, this question is for Josh and Andrei. What is the series all about? What is Dark Ride all about?
It's about the mysterious Devilland, which is a theme park that's about to celebrate its 50th anniversary. It's a horror-themed theme park, and our main character is this kid. His name is Owen, and he's always loved horror. He's always loved theme parks. A lot like myself, might be self-inserting a little bit, but he is getting his first day at work at the Devilland theme park, and he starts exploring and trying to uncover the mysteries. He starts realizing there's more to this park than he originally thought. It might be a little bit scarier than he originally thought was going on, and you start to realize there's definitely a lot of devil and hellish things going on in the park.
So this question is going to be for all of you guys. We're going to take it back to our childhoods, if we can remember long ago. If you've been to theme parks, what is your earliest memory of a theme park or a carnival, and are you still a fan now?
I mean, yeah, I personally am still deeply obsessed with theme parks. It is something I am nuts about. I'm so crazy about them that there is actually a candle company that makes candles that smell like certain rides at Disneyland, and I actually just bought a bunch of them. So I've always been just super impressed with theme parks. It's something that I think about probably way too much. As a kid, I grew up in Southern California, so my earliest memories of going to theme parks are definitely going to Disney. And I remember my parents taking me on Christmas, and I remember going, and they make the fake snow on Main Street, and that's one of my earliest memories. Is that my earliest memories are actually not horror themes. I think that my association with amusement parks and horror came a little bit later. But yeah, I grew up in Southern California, so it's Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, Magic Mountain, Universal Studios. I used to go to this theme park called Castle Park a lot when I was a kid because it was nearby where I live. I was just always been super obsessed. And by the time I become a teenager, then it's you get Knott's Scary Farm, and you get Universal's Hollywood Horror Nights, and those are ones that I haven't been to those in a while, but I haven't been to I haven't been in a Scary Farm when it's not Scary Farm, probably since I was a little kid. Like every time I would go, because like once you go to that, you're just like, oh, that opens up a whole other thing. And I've definitely had like, but yeah, I'm super obsessed with amusement parks. Like watching videos of them during the pandemic. I started, because I couldn't go during the pandemic. I started watching a lot of videos about amusement parks, like watching Defunctland, and just really just like super obsessed with it. So yeah, to this day, like I love amusement parks. Like I literally have like plans to go to amusement parks dated by like the year of like which amusement parks by which year, dating them out. So it's something that yeah, I love going to them, and we can talk about why I started associating horror with theme parks. I mean, deeper than
we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. Deeper than just not Scary Farm, but yeah, it's something that like those are my earliest memories are definitely Disneyland, snow, Christmas, like associating all those things. We used to go to amusement park every year around Christmas time, but then the older I got, it was like, oh, now we're going every 6 months to multiple times a year to, you know, I think like going to amusement parks maybe once a month by the time I was in high school. I definitely ditched school to go to Disneyland a few times. I'd be driving to school and it would be like, I would get to this one intersection, and it's an intersection where making a left can take a while because it's a yield left. And I would be like, I can either go straight, get on the freeway and go to Disneyland, or sit at this yellow forever. And I'd be like, well, and we're in Disneyland, so yeah.
I mean, Disneyland, I think forever trumps school. Like, if there's an option or there's a question, it's like, forget school, we're going to Disneyland.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, some of my favorite school memories are actually school trips to Disneyland. So,
rightly so.
Yeah.
Amanda, what about you?
Yeah, so I grew up in northern New Jersey, and I think my earliest memories are actually from like Hershey Park, which is a chocolate-themed amusement park in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Oh, nice.
It's based off the Hershey Candy Company, so all the mascots are like large various candies and versions of your favorite candies, which is really bizarre. I think it's like one of the best things about amusement parks is like you never know what theme you're going to kind of walk into. But I had an aunt who lived in Hershey. It was incredible. The town smelled like chocolate. So like as a child, it was literally the all of the best things in life were in Hershey, Pennsylvania. I got candy, I got rides, I got to see my aunt. It was great.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah. So that was definitely my first experience. That was probably the amusement park I went to the most, even though we have a bunch in New Jersey, like Busch Gardens. I guess Busch Gardens is in New Jersey, but Six Flags and all that, but that's further down the state. I also grew up near Action Park, which was Mountain Creek by the time I came of age. Like it was literally the town next to me. So as we talk about horror stories,
yeah, have you talked to Shawn about
that?
You know that Macowitz went to Action Park. Oh, you should talk to Macowitz.
I didn't know that.
Macowitz went a few times. You should definitely talk to Macowitz about that. Yeah.
Yeah, by the time I was a kid, it was Mountain Creek, and it had rebranded slightly. But I still think water parks still freak me out. Yeah.
I recently watched that documentary about Action Park, and my husband's a little older, so he remembers that, and he remembers. I mean, we were on the West Coast, but he remembers like seeing and hearing about it. And I think I watched the whole documentary like this, because I was like, this couldn't have happened. This couldn't have been a real thing. I mean, although if I was of age, sign me up. I would have been in those lines. I would have been like, let's go, let's do it.
I mean, I will say, like, especially in northern New Jersey, there's not very much to do. So if you're a kid, you're going to Action Park, you're going to Mountain Creek, like no contest.
I think that was their like main thing is there's nothing else to do. So people, it's fine, it's dangerous, but what else are they gonna do?
Yeah, and they're not wrong.
they're absolutely not wrong. So I'm gonna move to Josh. So you said that your fandom for theme parks has really helped you shape the series, but there's a whole lot of terrible stuff that's going to happen in this comic. Is there any specific things that are like real life incidents or sparked from something you saw or read that inspired this really dark take?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like over the years, I've done a lot of research on like the deaths in the park, you know, and not just like one park, but like, I mean, there was one moment where it was like really late, and I definitely did like a really deep dive, and I won't get too specific because I think some of it is very gruesome, you know, and like But I've gone in and done deep dives in different parks and how different incidences have happened in the different parks and sort of the nuttiness of it. And I find that plus like the weird like people thinking the parks are haunted and you know I a lot of that really like I did a lot of research into those things ahead of time and actually like ended up only using some of it because I didn't want to be like super like take a real life incident and be like I'm gonna do my version of it. Like I didn't want to do that. So I try to find like to avoid some of those things when I'm writing it. One time I went, so like I've been to a bunch of different amusement parks, and I've been to Knott's Scary Farm, and I think Knott's Scary Farm definitely like when I close my eyes and I think about what Devilland is like, I definitely see Knott's Scary Farm in a lot of ways. Like Universal has its own vibe to it, and I actually really love Universal. Universal, I think. Their mazes are the ones that I think actually scared me. You know, there are mazes that they would do that definitely got me a few times. But when I think about Knott's Scary Farm, it definitely that's the one I close my eyes and I think about, right? Like if I was walking around the park, I kind of visualize that. But a few years ago, my wife and I went to Disneyland on Halloween, and we went to like it's Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party a few years ago. And when we went, it was really fun, and it was very different because obviously it's for kids and it's not intended to be like the scariest thing ever. I mean, if you still want candy, going to that one, you'll get like so much candy, it's insane. It's nuts. And but one, so it was getting late, and they were doing the fireworks, and so the fireworks are going off. And when the fireworks go off, they shut down part of Fantasyland, right? So part of Fantasyland was closed off. So when the fireworks like finished going off, my wife and I was having me right next to Fantasyland, and so they dropped the rope. And I don't know where everyone else went. I feel like everyone else went to like either go to Haunted Mansion or something in that realm. And we can talk about Haunted Mansion, my obsession with Haunted Mansion too. But like, what happened was like we went into Fantasyland when no one is there. And one of the things I actually really do like going to like rock tropes at Disneyland is that when you have those moments where you find yourself in parts of the park or on a ride where no one is there and it's just you can kind of like take it in differently. You know, there's something about the ambience of it. You just absorb it differently. Like walking through Star Tours when nobody's on Star Tours is very interesting. But going through Fantasyland when Fantasyland was just empty, like no one is there, you hear the park differently, and it starts to become scary. And we went on Snow White, and so we're getting on Snow White, and there's no one on Snow White, and it's just us and the one person working who's dressed for Halloween, right? So it's a very different experience. And so my wife and I got on to the Snow White ride, and the Snow White ride originally was like, you know, it was a scary ride. Like, you know, it was intended to be scary, but you kind of forget that. And now it's not called that anymore. You know, before it was Scary Adventure. I forget what it's called now, but they changed it.
Yeah,
so before it was definitely like a scarier.
Because it was too scary.
Already you're thinking this ride is too scary for kids. But when you're on it and there's a million kids around, there's people, there's noises, people talking, you know, you can still smell churros, you know, there's like a very different vibe to the ride.
Yeah.
But when I went on it, and it was just my wife and I, and it was dead quiet except for the sounds of the ride, it was definitely like way scarier. And there's that part where, you know, the evil queen like comes out of the sewer next to you. I had never been afraid of that part until that moment. It was just thinking about it, about being there by myself. It was just my wife and I, but us, the sounds, everything about it. And that really just like, it got me. And when we worked on the book, I was thinking about that a lot. Like in the book, there's a part where the ending where a character's alone themselves, and at first they're like elated, they're super excited. And then it slowly turns into horror. And I put a lot of that in there, those feelings of it. I mean, you know, back when they were building Haunted Mansion, you know, Mark Davis and Claude Coates, like, they disagreed on the Haunted Mansion. Like, Claude Coates wanted it to be scary, and Mark Davis wanted it to be fun. And they ended up having a compromise. But I've always been, like, fascinated about, like, what if Claude Coates had won? You know, like, what if he had been, like, you know, because he came from a different background, where it's like, you know, he was a set designer and background designer, and it's like, if he had won that argument, of like, no, the rides are supposed to be scary, because dark rides used to be scarier, you know, and that's why, again, like if you go back and look at those early Fantasyland rides, and so I started thinking a lot about that, of like, you know, if Claude Coates had won the argument, if he had said no, all the rides are supposed to be scary, how different Disneyland would have been after that moment. Because it was after Walt Disney had died.
Yeah.
So it's like, if Claude Coates has somehow proved no, it should be scary, how different would Disneyland be? And when I was on that Snow White ride, I was thinking about that. I was like, oh yeah, okay. And that was, ever since then, it's been like this. Like, if you ever talk to Skybound about it, they can tell you, I've been trying to figure out a way to do like a scary amusement park book for a while. It took me a bit to click, but all that stuff, all that stuff.
It's happened.
And I feel like
here.
with Andrei, it's rough, like, because Andrei, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not, but you've never actually been to an amusement park before, but you've been to fairgrounds. So I'm sending Andrei like mountains and mountains and mountains of videos and reference and pictures, everything down to like, this is a creepy what do you call it, lamp on a table. I've been like, this is what you should put in that scene. Just all of it. So I'm just feeding as much as I can to Andrei.
I guess I can ask. Yeah, that's amazing. I guess I can ask Andrei, how did you gather references outside of what Josh sent you to basically like make Devilland what it is? And was there anything that you brought to it that you decided would be a good addition to it?
Well, first, it is good to actually know what Josh felt when he was younger and having this kind of experience with the dark rides and stuff. But for me, since I'm working with static images, right? I try to look for paintings that triggers my imagination. So that's where the horror lies, right? When you're alone with your own fantasies of fear. And so I try to look for a few artists that painted creepy stuff.
That's amazing. And it's true. I mean, you can see something, like you were saying, Josh, you can see something or experience something a million times. But when it's darker, when it's quieter, when it's just a little eerier feeling out, or when you're alone, it changes that entire experience. So I think one thing that's going to be really cool with Dark Ride is people are reading this book when they're at home or when they're, the lights are out and it's dark and they're by themselves. You're really going to get immersed into that world, and it's going to be a little extra scary, at least in my opinion. That's how I like to enjoy horror, whether it's movies or books or comics, is in that environment. I like to be by myself and I just have a little reading light, so it just kind of ignites that a little bit of fear. So and what you've done, Andrei, that I've seen so far is fantastic. You as well, Joshua. You guys are you're in for an extra special treat. All right, so this next question is for Amanda. So the horror genre that Skybound is known for, from the iconic series like The Walking Dead to its current hits like I Hate This Place, with so many stories told in that genre, how do you find ways to keep stories fresh and just not more of the same?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, for me at least, horror is one of those genres that can always be kind of new and fresh. I think one of the things I love about it is that it captures kind of our deepest fears, and I think those can change and reshape over time, and they can take a lot of different lenses and take a lot of different perspectives. So The Walking Dead is all about, survivors and dealing with the trauma of kind of the end of the world and living through that. I think kind of with I Hate This Place, it's about a relationship being tested. And I think one of the things that I really, really loved about Dark Ride when I came on board the project was Josh was talking about how this is a story about legacy and family and kind of how you live up to your parents' legacy and things like that, and how you challenge that. And so for me at least, horror is one of my favorite genres specifically for that reason, is it can take a lot of different lenses and perspectives and shapes, and what's scary to us now may not be scary to us in 5 years, or may not have been scary to us 20 years ago. So I think it's really cool. I think that's how you keep it fresh, although like horror stories have like some of the same things. I think like human biology is like there are things that scare us, and I think that's just like why we love telling scary stories. So
I totally agree. I mean, and I think that a good storyteller can tell, you know, the same type of story, but in a different way. And one thing that I really love about Darkrai is, like you're saying, it's a sense of family and community, and you're getting, it's not just someone going to the scary amusement park, it's someone uncovering the origins of the scary amusement park and going on that journey, and we get to go with them. So I'm going to keep saying this, but I'm really excited for it. But Josh gave me a little tidbit about Andrei. You're going to Disney World. That's exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Are you ready?
I guess so.
You sound scared. I feel like you had too much source material that might be putting fear in your mind.
Precisely.
Well, I've been to Disney World plenty of times. You're going at a fantastic time. So what are you looking forward to the most?
Actually, to meet Goofy.
My heart. Goofy's probably going to be in his skeleton outfit, his spooky skeleton outfit. So he'll be in theme, in Dark Ride theme. Anything else? Any rides you're looking forward to?
I'm still learning about it.
Okay. Well, I think you need to talk to Josh and get the like bullet points of things you must do, you must eat, you must see while you're there.
Yeah, I think Josh and I can give you the
I'm gonna give you a
rundown,
list, a plan.
Yeah. He needs like some cliff notes.
Yeah, you gotta take a bunch of pictures. Yeah, just take a bunch of pictures for yourself. I mean, that was the thing, like, I think with you going there, I'm so excited for you going, the fact you've never been before, and getting to go on those for the first time. It's like you're gonna be stepping into the book in a weird way, you know? Especially because you're going in October, like you were saying, it's gonna be Halloween themed. So you getting to go into the park, it's like you're gonna be stepping into the book. Like I think stuff with the book is gonna like really unlock in your brain, because you're gonna be like, oh, that's what he meant, you know?
Right.
Like you're gonna really like come back with a bunch of ideas. I'm so I hope you have fun while you're there.
The closest I ever had of something like this was when I was a kid, and there was kind of a spooky house, you know, and we were walking around, and I fell over the corpses. And then a guy dressed like Fred Krueger came to rescue me. And so when I finished the place, I was looking to my brother and let's get the fuck out of here, because I'm so done with this.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. My boyfriend also took me to a haunted house recently. I hadn't been to one since I was like in high school, probably, because I don't like haunted houses. Like, I love horror as a genre. I do not like being scared. It is not my vibe. And he took me, and like he had a better time like watching me be scared, have my pants scared off, and he was like, well, that was great. And I was like, no, we're never doing that again. Naturally, we've done it since.
Oh god, they're so good.
I think initially,
I love how immersive they can be.
And I think initially what happens is it's that element of fear where you're like, I don't like not being in control of the situation and things jumping out at you. You don't know what's going to be around the next corner. But once you step away from that, it's that thrill, and afterwards you're like, well, it wasn't that bad. It was actually pretty fun, at least in my opinion. But I'm the same way. I don't love being things thrown at me or things like jump scares. I don't super duper love it. But the second it stops, I want more. So I guess I do love it. Another question, this is for all of you guys. So when we go to theme parks or amusement parks or even carnivals or festivals, and we choose to put our lives in the hands of strangers who are operating these rides, who are basically in charge of our livelihood, it is, when you think about it and when you know about things that go wrong, and I'm sure all of us have gone down the rabbit hole on the internet of things that have gone horribly wrong at theme parks, why do you think we still go? Or at least for you guys, in your personal opinion, why do you still go?
I think it's the same thing you were saying. It's that release afterward, that extreme fun of it, you know, even though you're a little nervous, you're a little scared, but yeah, once you get off, that energy of it, you know, it's like there's nothing like you want to get right back on that ride. You know, I've had roller coasters that have scared the crap out of me, but I'm like, no, I gotta go on it again. You know, it's there's just something so fun about it, and I think especially with amusement parks is that it's how immersive they can be and how much they try to bring you in, but they also the best rides, the best dark rides, all that also tries to tell you a story, and it's like you just want to see that story, and I'm addicted to that part of it. So it's like no way I would ever stop going. I don't think I would. Even I've had rides or like mazes that was terrifying, but I'm like, no, that was too much fun. I have to do it again.
Yeah, I definitely like agree with Josh as far as like the storytelling component of rides and having rides like set you up for that. Like I hate drop rides, you know. I like going fast. I hate big drops, and so like Tower of Terror was always like my least favorite ride at Disneyland. I never wanted to go on it. My friends always had to drag me on it. Oh, really? But it was one of those things where it's like the wait and the lines up to that ride make it even scarier because you're like, you know the story, you know the history of the hotel and everything like that. So like you finally get to the top and I'm like, oh man, I've crafted the whole narrative in my head already, and now I have to get on this ride and do it. Like, what am I doing? So yeah, I agree. I think part of it is that thrill and kind of. I think there's something scary about not being in control, but there's also something like really thrilling about not being in control, and you're just kind of like, well, I guess I'll just have to go for it. So I think that's part of the balance with all amusement parks.
And Andrei, I guess we're going to have to ask you this question after Disney World, because once you go on all the rides, we're going to need to know how it went. We need a follow-up interview.
It's fair.
So we are getting to the end of the panel. I have a lightning round question, and then I'll throw it to you guys to shout out your stuff. But I had a variety of questions, but I think this one's probably the most interesting. So what is the best common gift shop item to protect yourself from the zombie apocalypse in a theme park?
All right. You know those things that have like, it's like a stick with like a dinosaur on the top of the head or whatever? You
the
clamp
grabber?
it. Do you know those things?
Yep.
Yeah, the grabbers. Those things. If you can get two of those with like the dinosaur heads or whatever animal that is, you know, whatever the thing is, you get two of those and just start going like this with them, I think you could do it. I think you could make your way through, you know.
Oh, you just like stab them with it.
You're not gonna... Yeah, I think
like,
you're
what
not
are you gonna grab?
You're gonna bite them. You bite them.
It's the element of surprise.
If they're little dinosaur heads, or I get those because I mean you're not really gonna find a bat as much, but if you can do those, I think that'll work.
Josh, I think I was on like a similar train. I was like, I don't know if they have like umbrellas and gift shops at amusement parks, but I feel like they might for. But I was like, something you can use is like to repel zombies is definitely that, or just like as many stuffed animals as you can find that you can just throw at people. That might be the option.
Just throw at them.
Okay.
Yes.
Distract. Okay. Andrei, any thoughts? Random gift shop item to protect yourself from the zombie apocalypse.
Well, Skybound has the Negan baseball bat.
Yeah.
That's the one.
If they're selling that at like a Walking Dead ride,
when we have the Skybound Amusement Park, that'll definitely be available. So.
Yeah, Skybound Amusement Park. Okay, Josh, you're creating all the rides. Andrei, you're doing all of the art. Amanda, you're curating. Yes. I'm here for sign me up. Season pass right here.
Nice.
So a huge thank you to you guys for joining us for this panel. Is there, let everyone know where they can find you on social media, on the internet. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, the best place to get me at is on Twitter at William_Josh.
Andrei, where can everyone find you?
On Instagram, Andrei Bressan.
And you can find me mostly available on Twitter at It's LaFranco.
All right, everyone. So a huge thank you to our panelists for joining us today. You guys have been amazing. You shared so many fun stories. Dark Ride is going to be available for order in October, so you can actually pre-order it. It's coming out on October 5th, but you can pre-order at your local comic book stores. And to find your local comic book store, you can find that at comicshoplocator.com. You can also get a first look of Dark Ride in Skybound X number 25, which will be available right now. I'm Vamp, and thank you so much for joining us, guys. Bye.
Hey, I love this. I could get used to this. You guys want to come to my home office and cheer for me every day? Yay! Dude, did you hear what? Oh, okay.
I'm not going to your home. I'll be there.
That's fine. You can zoom in. I don't want you there anyway. Did you hear what they're talking about? A Skybound amusement park?
Yes.
I would be first in line for the Walking Dead ride, and then I would die. That would be the end of my life.
It would be great. That'd be a great way to go.
What a ride. What a ride.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm
just going to rant about theme parks.
Well, this is the time to do it. Dark Ride. I mean, it looks amazing. It looks so cool. You heard it there. Josh has such a passion for theme parks. In this book, it's not just so he can write this off on his tax returns. This is not just for his accountant. He is a true Blue fan. And I also loved seeing Amanda LaFranco up there, the editor, because there are so many unsung heroes in comics. Editors are among them. And they, especially from my experience, they can play such an integral role in the development in the early stages of a comic book.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to pick your brain on that in just 1 second. But one thing I loved about what they talked about was you do these things all the time, or you're in places every day, whether like you go to school or the grocery store or even theme parks, but then when it's dark, when you're alone, and your imagination starts to go wild, it gets a lot different. It gets a lot scarier. Exactly. And that's one of the things I loved about Dark Ride, because I'm a person that I like theme parks. I used to love them when I was a kid, but as I've gotten older, I've gotten more afraid of things, I guess.
What was your theme park as a kid?
Lagoon in Utah. It was a massive water park and then also a massive theme park, so you could get the best of both worlds in one park. But now that I'm older, I'm like a little scared of, as I think Amanda was saying, like you get on the ride and you kind of give up everything to the world. And you put all your trust in them, but then at the same time, there's something kind of freeing about that. But anyway, that's my rant on theme parks. You just said something that I thought was really interesting, and since you are here, I think I want to pick your brain about developing, right? So so much of this panel is about how they developed Dark Ride. Can you talk to me a little bit about like those very early stages, and maybe you went to a theme park one day and you're like, man, I want to make a comic out of this. What's it like for you?
I definitely didn't do that, because if I was, I'd be shopping for an attorney right now to sue Josh's butt. But I do have to shout out Valley Fair. That was my theme park growing up in Minnesota. If you know, you know. Shout out Upper Midwest, Lower Canada. But it is funny that you talk about like being in a theme park and thinking I should make a comic book about this, or being somewhere and thinking I should make a comic book about this, because I once literally had an idea for a comic book in a shower.
Okay.
Like that is
that's where the best ideas come from, though.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like that is such a trope, but it can literally happen to you wherever. And sometimes you'll have an idea and it won't fully make sense to you in the moment, or it won't make sense to you as a comic book, or maybe a TV show, or a poem, or whatever your medium is. But there's something about the words and the way they connect, or there's something about it that makes you laugh because it's absurd. The best thing to do is just write it down. Again, this is a cliche, this is a trope, but write it down, because you never know when you'll look back at this note and be like, now I had this silly little sentence, and now I have a main character, now I have an objective, now I have an antagonist, now I have a story. Sometimes they will, all these ideas will flow together at once, and you're like, dang, I gotta go make a comic book.
So you're a guy that's like words first, like whether it just be a sentence or an idea. Because last time that I was doing the expo, we got to sit down with Tilly Walden, and she was talking about how she'll be drawing the climactic scene, and it all comes to her as like a visual piece, and then she's like, oh man, I gotta figure out what they're going to say to each other, which I thought was so fascinating, because I'm a person that would also be words first, where I would come up with like a log line essentially, because I'm a big shower thinker as well.
All right. Albert Einstein over here.
You come out and you write like one sentence down. You're like, I could turn this into a bit or a short or a joke or something. So I think that's super cool. So anyway, that's a little inside look on the mind of a comic book genius and a guy that thinks in the shower. But also talking about inside, how about becoming a Skybound Insider? That is right. That's the best way to find out about new games, cool comics all year round, not just at expos. You become a Skybound Insider. That is how. So sign up for our Insiders list on Skybound.com for all of those notifications about new launches, exclusive content, merch drops, deals, and instant access to over 20, count them, 20 free comics. Skybound.com/join.
I thought we were insiders, but apparently we have to sign up for something.
Yeah.
Apparently we have to
Brian
scan a
lied to us.
QR code.
Yeah.
We got the T-shirts. I can't believe it.
We have to return these.
Great. The other thing to know about Dark Ride is that this is not the first time that Josh and Andrei Bressan have teamed up. They did an incredible comic from Skybound called Birthright. It is a dark fantasy. They crushed it. They killed it. They came to slay. It's available right now. If you are excited for Dark Ride, go read Birthright because it's incredible. I was going to say, you were like, you're a words first guy, and that's true. But the second important ingredient is you got to have fantastic art from a really great collaborator. You got to have amazing back and forth because a comic is a collaboration between a writer and an artist. And I know these two guys got it, so I know they're going to bring it on Dark Ride.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the art and they're so different from every single comic to every one is so very different in their style. I think it's so cool that every artist gets to put their little piece in there. Like when I was looking at Impact Winter, I thought one of the things that I loved the most was there'd be like these big, incredibly detailed, like full page drawings.
Yeah.
But then when they're showing a bunch of like the little, again, my verbiage on this is just so rough.
Don't worry, I'll edit you later.
You know how there's like 4 in one page, like
4 panels,
four
perhaps?
panels, perhaps is the word I was
Uh-huh.
looking for. I love that in some of them that are kind of like movement panels or something. Like the character detail will be like really low, and it'll
Yeah.
be more about the scenery that they're driving through or moving through, stuff like that. So
You know what? I wasn't far off when I called you Albert Einstein because you're picking up on some very deep parts of comic book craft. Absolutely.
you're not just patronizing me.
I'm not at all.
Okay.
Like, I could go off for 50, 60 minutes about what you just talked about, and I think I will.
Yeah.
Psych,
Here we
sorry. Not gonna happen. Before I go off, we have an incredible next panel. This is gonna be something you don't wanna miss. It's an update from our very own Peter Santa Maria, aka Attack Peter. Let's check it out.
What's up, Expo? Back with another update. I know I said the Kickstarter was going to be in July, but July got too lit. Too much cool stuff going on. And so instead, we're moving the Kickstarter to August, but I got a big update. Number one, let's talk about the book. The title is officially Takaro the Last Dorok. And you're like, what's a Dorok? Well, that's Takaro's species. He's a Dorok. You didn't know that, but now you know. So excited to bring you this book. Think about E.T. meets King Kong, and then you get to go back to their home planet and explore that. The book's coming along amazingly. We're working on the cover. I got tons of artwork already going for it, and I'm working with my buddy Jared Rosello, a great artist, great writer, and we are putting together the dream fantasy alien monster project we've always wanted to see in one book. But that's not all. I got something else I want to show you. Bing! And there he is. Look at that. This is the Takaro figure prototype. I can't believe it's real. It's big. Look at this guy. He's huge. He's gigantic, fully sculpted, all the details. Everything is carved in to look exactly like one of my linoleum block prints. Fully painted. This guy, the prototype, you can see this head moves. But when the final one is done, you're going to also be able to move all 6 of his arms. You're going to be able to rotate him at the waist and twist his legs around. So 10 points of articulation. You're also going to be able to put his dome on. Look at that. It's going to have a little dome. So super exciting. This is going to be part of the Kickstarter as well. You'll be able to pledge for the specific tier that gets you not only the book, but also the first ever Takaro figure. So head to theattackpeter.com right now if you haven't already signed up for Kickstarter notifications. Put your email in and you'll be the first to find out anything when the Kickstarter goes live. Thank you guys.
Skybound Expo. I'm your host, Big Clutch. This is In the Ring, the State of the Pro Wrestling panel for the show, and I've got some amazing guests here. We're going to go around the horn and let everyone else introduce themselves, and let's go to, I'm not sure which direction we're going now, but how about Tamara?
Hi. Hello, I'm Tamara Brooks. I am a freelance writer and a professional nerd. And you might have seen me at various cons and on your YouTubes and a lot on your Twitters. Hi.
Sarah, you're that way.
Hey everybody, I'm that way to you? That's kind of crazy. I'm Sarah the Rebel. I'm a professional wrestler. I wrestle with WoW Women of Wrestling as Razor. Retired from the indie scene, but you may have seen me there before I left. I'm also an author, a podcast host, a gamer, and that's it, I think.
It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. And then I'm going to go, Dan is this way.
Cool. I'm this way. My name is Daniel Warren Johnson. I'm a comic book writer and artist. And what qualifies me to be on this panel is that I love pro wrestling. Yes. I also am doing a pro wrestling book right now. It's called Do a Power Bomb. It's out with Image Comics. And yes, that's me. That's me. Damn.
What a shameless plug that was. Jeez.
I feel like I need to give a reason why I'm here. Everybody else here is like way more legit.
I mean, look, we're all massive wrestling fans, and so that's the reason why we're talking about this now. And I think one of the really, I mean, we can just say it now. It has been one hell of a week in the wrestling world. Very exciting for me to think of the changes that are going to be coming to the wrestling universe in front of us. And looking back and thinking back, like me, I think I'm probably the oldest person in this room here. I've been a fan of wrestling since I was, this tall, watching, WWF stuff on weekends, waking up at 10 a.m. and watching the shows on Saturday and Sunday and whatever. And the industry has changed so much over the past 40 something years that I've been watching. And I think we're on the precipice of this amazing, just something that's going to change, I think, for the better in the industry. Love to kind of find out when you guys each kind of got into wrestling. Like what hooked you? Was there a certain moment, a certain wrestler, something that just kind of popped and you're like, oh, I get this. This is what I want to be into. Tomorrow.
Are we just going, huh?
I know we're going. Yes, do it. Go.
So I guess my first wrestling memory was definitely Hulk Hogan, but I didn't truly become hooked until I saw Chyna, Luna Vachon, Miss Jackie, seeing women that look so powerful and strong on TV, and especially, Xena was really popular, so seeing Chyna, I just literally was flipping through the channels and thought an episode of Xena was on, and then the camera pulls out and I see that it's wrestling, and so that's what actually got me to start watching it every single weekend.
Yeah, I grew up in LA, and so for us, wrestling came on after the cartoons. So it just kind of rolled into it, and that's kind of how I started watching. But the thing that actually was the smarter follow-up to the cartoons was Glow. So I really watched Glow really hardcore. Like I watched the other, WWE stuff, or WWF at the time, but there wasn't not enough women and not enough women wrestling. So I super keyed into Glow to the point where, so I have. When I was the person who could work the VCR the best in the house when I was 5. So my entire childhood of viewing habits is on VHS tape of varying quality. But there are some sitcoms, because Glow got so big at a point where the wrestlers would appear on different sitcoms. So I have different sitcom episodes where some of the wrestlers were on. There's one show called She's the Maid, which is this very hot girl ends up being the maid for these two bachelors, but it's all friendly, or I don't know. I vaguely remember it, but there was a whole thing where they were on it, and there's a whole subplot with Madame Nanuchka. So that was basically my real key in on it.
And my daughter Fiona was born in 2018, and she was a very bad sleeper. And the year before, in 2017, I go to all these cons all over the world, not over the world, all over the states. And, you meet up at these conventions, these comic book conventions with different comic book artists, and you just kind of pick their brains about what they're into. And one of my buddies at the time, who's also a fellow comic book artist, Ramon Villalobos, was drawing a commission. He was like doing a sketch for someone that was of Tetsuya Naito. And I didn't know who that was at the time, and I just loved the look of him. And I was like, yo, Ramon, like, who is that? What is that? He's like, oh, dude, you don't know Naito? You don't know New Japan? So I'm like, what's a New Japan? And he's just like, it's Japanese pro wrestling. And with American pro wrestling, I was homeschooled 3rd grade through 12th grade. I was not allowed to watch wrestling at all. Like, it was like, no way. No way. I thought the 316 t-shirts was the Bible verse. For God so loved the world, ... So I was a very late bloomer when it comes to pro wrestling, but it's funny because the avenue that I got into it was through Japanese pro wrestling. So the match that really got me into everything pro wrestling was Kota Ibushi versus Tomohiro Ishii at the 2018 G1 Climax tournament, and it blew me away. And so then I just jumped in with both feet because I was watching wrestling because I was so bored bouncing my baby up and down. I had gone through all the documentaries, and I figured I might as well try pro wrestling that my comic book friends are into. So, and it was right around the time of the G1 that I got into it.
I would just like to add, I was also not allowed to watch wrestling. And so all of my early wrestling memories are me standing this far from the TV with the volume really low, like ready to turn the channel if my mom
I do remember
wanted.
being like fascinated by the whole concept, and I remember because I was still in public school in 2nd grade, and like every 2nd grader was absolutely obsessed with it. And like when everyone else around you is like into something, you want to be into it too, just because, but never happened. Now I'm getting into it after the fact, kind of going through backwards, but yeah.
And Dan, I remember having a conversation with you at San Diego Comic-Con at lunch, and you had just gotten into it, and we were talking about New Japan and all this stuff, and we're talking about the Young Bucks, and we're just Bullet Club and all this stuff, and it was probably one of the funnest moments I've had at Comic-Con ever, just because it was just like we just got both just geeked out completely about all the stuff in pro wrestling, and talking to someone who's so fresh to other things, and you were only that little bubble of New Japan that you would watch, and so I'm like, oh well, these guys, and they used to train with this guy, and blah 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 blah, all the fun behind the scenes stuff was
and
amazing.
Fun fact, it was Big Clutch that got me my ticket to my first live pro wrestling event ever in my life. All Out 2019, if I'm correct.
Gosh, that was 2018. Yeah, it seems like forever ago, but that was great.
It's a good time.
One thing and tomorrow, I think this is a really interesting thing with your podcast and all this stuff, and then what you do with regarding tapes. And I think like accessibility to wrestling now is so massive, right? So you can just go on the web, you can go on YouTube, you can see all this stuff. But back 20 something years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, like we would trade tapes. Like there were magazines where you can find little ads in the back of the magazine say, hey, like I've got all these tapes you can trade or buy for $20 and you pay for shipping. Like in the early days that you were a fan, like did you find that was a way that you consumed a lot of stuff?
Not necessarily, because we did not play with the neighborhood children that much, but it was, I know a lot of my friends got in that way. It's like, either it's, I'm spending the summer with my cousins and we're going to watch wrestling every, weekend when we're over together, or, the neighbor has cable when I don't have cable, and they're the ones that get, one of the other, the repeats or superstars or something that like I never saw, because I only ever saw anything that was on like Channel 9 or like, after, Alvin and the Chipmunks ended or whatever came on after that. But the pay-per-views, one of my aunts, we didn't do this with wrestling, but she would do this with different concerts and stuff for us. She would buy the pay-per-views and record them for us and then send it to us. So if we actually told her about wrestling at the time, we probably would have had all those pay-per-views on tape. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Sarah, did you end up doing tape trading in your early days or anything, or was it just kind of like?
No, I think I was probably too young for the tape trading. Just, kids at school would all do the suck it sign at me, and that was about the length of my interaction with other people as far as my love of wrestling. No offense to Jerry the King Lawler, but he made it very difficult to enjoy talking about wrestling with other people, because the vast majority of other people who watch wrestling were little boys, and Jerry the King Lawler was basically being a 13-year-old boy on commentary, so it was all puppies and whatnot. So no, it was just me and watching. I didn't even know there were different. I think I didn't know there were different companies. I used to switch between two wrestling shows, and if you ask me now, I know one was WWF because that one was very obvious. But what was the other one I was watching? I still don't know, because we've tried to figure it out, and it could be multiple options. I might have been watching a kind of local wrestling show. There's just not enough information.
I was going to say, because you grew up in the South, so they actually broadcasted their local stuff. I don't think they did that out in LA.
Right. So who knows what the other channel was? I just knew that I would basically flip trying to find the women. And if there wasn't women on one, I'd try the other. No, okay. Well, Jericho kind of looks like a woman. I'll stick with him for a little bit and then go back. That was kind of how I did it.
You did have some really nice locks for a long time. Can't say
I actually hated him for the tiny ponytail. I disliked him immensely for the first for the first long while, until I realized he's just so good, and so then I liked him despite the ponytail.
Absolutely. You actually brought up a really interesting point. The late 90s wrestling, that entire era was such, the Attitude Era was such a unique time, and it was just, fueled with steroids and cocaine and all this wild stuff, and it was definitely like everyone had to be a 13-year-old boy who's just going through puberty and it's crazy. And you mentioned Jerry the King Lawler, and everything's puppies and woo and Kiss My Ass Club and all this stuff. And a lot of that, and you look back now, and culturally at the time that was what's going on, but now everything is kind of shifted, and it's more, we're more self-aware and self-conscious, and that type of stuff. I watch it, and I'll go back and see clips or whatever, and I'm like, oh, it's kind of cringy. It's really strange, and that we treated people like that, and it's really shitty. And I think one of the awesome things about kind of the state of the industry now is that things have definitely opened up in terms of accessibility to people who aren't just a 18 to 25-year-old white male. This is something we can all get into, we can all experience. Representation has expanded. Things are amazing. Do you guys have any insights or any thoughts on how that has really kind of changed and evolved in your own watching and enjoyment of the product itself?
Well, first I'd like to talk a little bit about the history of wrestling, because that's where I get really into it. Is when the men went away for World War II, women's wrestling was the number one sport that everybody watched in America. Women wrestlers were some of the best athletes that America had to offer. And it was only through purposeful efforts that women kind of got pushed into the mold that they eventually did when we started watching wrestling, right? So I think that to speak to what you're saying, the accessibility, literally, I remember the moment I stopped watching wrestling. I was hitting puberty. It was already very uncomfortable to be a girl. And for the umpteenth time, I watched a women's match where the commentators were not talking about the match. They were talking about either the next show coming up, or they were just talking about the girls' bodies. And I was just so angry and frustrated. And then it was a 2-minute match that I remember just turning the channel, and I never watched wrestling again until after the Divas era. When things change. So 100%, I think when you say most people watch wrestling are this, most fans of wrestling are that, it's by design, because what little girl wants to watch these awesome superhero looking women and they're just reduced to their boobs, or never getting to see a black champion? It really mattered. I think that's why all of I grew up in a really black city, and when Booker King was doing shit, when Booker T was doing stuff, that's when suddenly everyone was really into wrestling, because it's oh, look, this guy who looks like me and he's getting to do cool stuff. And that's why The Rock was so popular. So it definitely affected me 100%.
Yeah, The Rock and Batista, those were so I kind of excuse me, I float in and out of wrestling because it comes to these periods of there was the bra and panty matches and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, come on, man. And so I just kind of float away. And then a couple of years later, I'll come back and check it out and see who's there and what's going on. And it's, you know, that sort of purposeful narrowing of not just audience, but participants. It's similar through basically everything. Like you can look at the comics code and it's the exact same thing. You know, you had everything prior to the comics code. You had every single kind of comic done by every single kind of person. There's a lot of like female vigilantes and like just wild stuff happening in comics. And then it got super, super narrowed. And like similarly in the 90s, you know, that was when I started reading comics. And so it was like a very similar thing happening aesthetically and kind of content wise with wrestling. So it's like, you know, I want to read a Wonder Woman comic book, but the artist at the time, because this is the art of the time, it's just a string upper butt. And I'm like, I can't finish this storyline. This is bothering me because how can she fight with that all up in there? But yeah, like checking out, and also what's super great is because you know Sarah and I, we were on we had a podcast together, we were talking about wrestling, and you can find footage of some of the wrestlers from the 40s and 50s. And it's amazing. Like they're doing some of the same moves that everybody's doing now, like things that you think are like, ooh, so new and dangerous. No, they've been doing this particular move for like 50, 60 years. It's really, if you can have, and you have the moment to research this stuff, please look it up.
You can also just go to nerdybutflirty.com and find Tamara's article where she links several of those videos, and you can watch some lady from the 50s doing drop kicks. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Broncos, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, but you know, looking at today, like, I'm gonna drop Sunny Kiss real fast. Sunny Kiss is on AEW, which is one of the major companies, even though he had been a bit missing, like, you know. But someone like Sunny Kiss would not be on the big show even just 10 years ago. Like, Goldust was always one of my favorites as a kid because he made the other wrestlers kind of uncomfortable, and I didn't realize why that I liked that until I got to be an adult, because he was, you know, kind of challenging a norm, you know. And so, you know, Goldust is kind of the basis of that, but being able to then take that into something it's challenging the norms of masculinity and how it's defined through these wrestlers, and I think it's beautiful. So I'm very, very pleased with how much more open it is now, and it's part of the reason why I even come back, because I'm like, ooh, goody, more people doing cool stuff. I'm into it. Let me be here. And also, again, anything that makes bigoted guys uncomfortable, I'm in.
I dig that so much. Dan, you having come into it so recently, right? Do you feel that, you know, starting with New Japan and more kind of non-typical like WWE product, and having gone and looked at WWE product that, you know, since then, like, did you see the differences in how that stuff was laid out and how it changes to your personal liking of wrestling?
Well, I remember after the G1 finished, you know, New Japan kind of chills out until, oh gosh, I mean, there's like Wrestle Tag League in the fall, and there's a few like big shows, but New Japan doesn't quite take it easy, but you know, they're a little more relaxed until Wrestle Kingdom. And so I remember I was like, well, let me check out what American wrestling is like right now. This is in 2018, and I guess people consider these to be quite dark years when it comes to the WWE. I'm not totally sure, but I watched a few episodes of like Raw, and I was like, you know, this really is not for me. I couldn't really put my finger on it, but one part of it was that I wasn't used to kind of the American style of pro wrestling, with like way more promos and way more kind of over the top, kind of like larger than life presentation, where at least in New Japan things seem to be at least a little more kind of subtle and downplayed and a little more sporty. I mean, Red Shoes would still get hit over the head by, you know, Bad Luck Fale all the time, but there was still like a difference in the presentation. So I remember really not enjoying WWE at all, and it wasn't until AEW started where I kind of followed all those wrestlers that I really loved from New Japan over to the States when they started, you know, AEW in October 2019. That I was kind of it was still a shock to me, honestly. Like because AEW I kind of thought was going to be like an American New Japan, and they were just straight up like an American promotion with like influences from a little bit of everything. And I really appreciate that because it kind of taught me how to appreciate American pro wrestling and its different stylings. But I feel personally that AEW is doing it in a way that they're kind of homaging these like really important historical parts of wrestling, kind of bringing it in those WCW days, some of the glory days of the WWE, WWF at the time. And they're kind of presenting it in a new way. And so every once in a while, the announcers on AEW will like just throw out a name or an era that I'll start like going and doing a deep dive in that was like 20 years ago in the 80s or early 90s. And I've kind of found a way to appreciate, you know, the past of wrestling in a new way. But I can't really speak to like how it's changed or anything because I am so new but I've done a lot of research, and there's been some crazy I can't swear on here, but there's been some crazy that has happened, and not great stuff, but it seems like it's going in a better direction. I hope it is.
Yeah, I think ultimately the you know, how do you say this without being so weird? We had a vision in popular WWE world. We had a vision of a gentleman who had, you know, ultimately like this is what he wanted to see, right? He was giving you what he wanted to see in the product or whatever. I feel that other promotions like AEW, New Japan, all this stuff, any other indie stuff, they're giving you what they think the fans really want to see, and that's something it's something that's a little more of a cross representation of actual fans. Seeing stuff like, I don't know, to me in the past 5 or 6 years, I think one of the most impressive things was you take a group like the Hurt Business, right, in WWE, and you had, you know, 4 wrestlers who I think are all amazing representations of being a wrestler, but then they took this, you know, they're all black gentlemen, and they didn't make them in a, you know, they're not the Nation of Domination, they're not thugs, they're not whatever, they are all men dressed in suits, they looked like $1 million, they came out, they did the best thing, and I was like, give me more of that, because that looks like the people that I see down the street. These are my neighbors, these are the people that I hang out with. It's not just these weird stereotypes that they kind of shove down your throat to think that's what you want. And the fact that you know, they blew them up relatively so soon was always a heartbreaking thing to me. I'm like, there was so much more to go with them. And to see them all individually able to kind of keep going and holding their own, but it's that was an amazing little piece of you know, just a moment of like, this is the coolest stuff I'm seeing on the screen right now. These guys look amazing, and I want more of that. And I hope that, you know, with the changes with Vince, you know, being gone finally, that they can like, okay, cool, like let's go back to more really kind of modern representation of what, you know, fans want to see.
Yeah, I feel like also one of the detriments of WWE as a like TV monolith of wrestling was not, they also didn't cater a lot of times to the wrestler's strengths, so they would put them in gimmicks or characters that didn't really work for their skills, not necessarily just physically, but on the mic. There's a lot of people that are like, oh, they make bad promos, blah, 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 but I'm like, it's not the promo, it's the character that they're in right now. You know, not everybody is Jericho or Ziggler who can just sell anything, any dumb thing that you give them and make it work, because you know, that is a particular set of skills that very few people have. So, and you know, also having this sort of very narrow view of what the larger wrestlers can do. You know, there are a lot of, you know, bigger wrestlers who are not like, don't have 6 packs or maybe like 6'8" or whatever, and you think that they can't do, you know, really crazy moves and be super athletic and be really nimble, but that's stupid, because that's some of them can do it and some of them can't, you know. So I think it'll be really interesting to see, especially seeing what Triple H did with NXT when he was solely running that, seeing what he might do on the big platform and seeing what changes will come from that. It's very interesting to me, yeah.
I'm kind of two minds about it because AEW is kind of the high level indies in a way. Like what you might see at an indie show is much more similar to AEW than it would be to WWE or to New Japan. P.S. by the way, I trained at New Japan in their LA dojo and then was like, wait, y'all don't even let girls wrestle? Why did you make me train here? My whole body hurts. Anyway, that was a side note. But anyway, and I look at AEW and to that point, they do not focus on women at all. They're kind of making the same mistakes that old WWE was making. And so to me, when I look at, okay, well, this one person's vision of what wrestling was is maybe going to go away, I think what you can see exactly what it's going to be by looking at the indies and looking at what some of the bigger indies are doing right now, because it's very clear that Triple H was very inspired by that. He was, I think more than anyone else, he stuck true to being a wrestler and having a wrestler's mindset. And on the indies, since the wrestlers have so much more control over their characters, over their presentation, over even to some extent the storylines, I think he really brought that sensibility to NXT, and NXT was much more like an indie show, but one where it just so happened the guy in charge really cared about women and telling their stories. So I'm more interested to see this purely for the fact that I think women are going to get better storylines than for anything else. But I do think we have to give credit where it's due to the indies who are already innovating and doing all of these things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like I just watched one of the AEW Dark episodes today, and that's also I'm of two minds, because it's like super great that you have like pro production full length episodes featuring a bunch of wrestlers that are on YouTube, which, you know, if you're doing market research, that's where everybody watches stuff. So that's really smart. But at the same time, you know, that's great that you're featuring people on the YouTube, but are you getting them in the pay-per-views? Are you getting them? I mean, you know, network television is never going to go away. So like, how are we able to really bring, you know, like they do suffer a similar issue to the women's matches, where it's like you get two women's matches, one of them will be like you can get a good like, you know, 5 to 10, and if you're really lucky 15-minute match, but they'll still have like the 90-second 2-minute ones where you can replace, you know, some sort of promo or skit when you could have just had another women's match that propelled more story. And also, where are all our tag teams across the board? Like, that's an easy way to get more women involved into the scene, is more, where are the and I love
they're all on WoW.
tag team. They are all on WoW, which but also extremely my business. Having mentioned Glow, WoW is 100% up my alley, and I've been to some live shows and they're really great. So yeah, just more everything, more like, you know, it's great that the cons are fans and grew up fans and know what a fan wants and are helping, you know, like pull, you know, what they want and modernizing everything. But at the same time, we are still very influenced by, you know, late 80s, 90s WWF/WWE. That's still the template that everybody knows and that we're working on. So we have to do a lot of kind of deprogramming almost for people who don't watch New Japan, for people who don't look at the indies, for people who don't understand that you can do better. And have, you know, more fun. I just want more fun. Yeah.
Absolutely. More fun is key. And
yeah,
I think one really special thing about indies, and you know, Sami Callihan, I don't remember who he was talking to. It was an interview, maybe it was on Busted Open or something like that. But he talked about what they do in terms of intergender wrestling, right? And so he's like, when you look at, it's like we're telling a story, and it's to your point, sir, earlier about superheroes, right? So you can have a female superhero fighting a male superhero, and they do amazing. You can have that as a match, and it doesn't have to be only guys, only girls. Like you can, the suspense of disbelief, and say, hey, look, like we're all badasses, we're all fighting, we're all doing these amazing moves. Like that stuff, I really admire. Like I went and saw GCW while I was in Las Vegas for the AEW shows, and like these intergender matches were just crazy. And then also when you include like the just ridiculous deathmatch stuff, and you're just like, holy smokes, like everyone is doing just amazing stuff. And I want to see more of that translated on, as Tamara was saying, onto the national televised shows.
Yeah, and like an Impact had that brief run where they did have, you know, women in line for the main title. That was great. We could do more of that, and we could yeah, we could do more of that. And not have to worry about, like, I always viewed wrestling as soap operas with more elaborate fight scenes. Because there's always this person's doing this thing, and then, this valet's over here, and they stole his car, or, all these under things. And you can really go through those relationships and those personalities and do those things and really develop them so that it just enhances everything else, but you don't necessarily have it, and you don't have to make it real. You know what I'm saying? I think
Yeah,
that
he showed up at a man's house and he shot somebody. That's an old storyline.
one of the most popular wrestlers for 30 years is an undead man. Why can't we have intergender wrestling?
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
So that actually kind of goes around to Dan, who Do a Powerbomb is your newest book that just came out a couple weeks ago. And that story is, you're pulling in so many different references and inspirations and mixing stuff up and combining all these elements. How did you taking these ideas and how did you filter it all together and make your masterpiece?
Yeah, well, my first love was New Japan, and then I fell in love with AEW, and then I also started falling in love with some different indies, and also historical, more historical matches, and then also kind of finding out more about Japanese pro wrestling in the 90s, the All Japan Women's Pro Wrestling that was happening then. These crazy matches by these incredible athletes, just absolutely going 100% with seemingly no thought to their own safety. It was intense to watch. It was also inspiring to watch, and I heard in some interview, because I'm a big Kenny Omega fan, I heard that one of the matches that he wanted him to become a pro wrestler involved Aja Kong and someone else. I don't know who she was facing. It might be Manami Toyota, but I'm not sure about that. Anyway, so I was Googling Aja Kong, and I'm just having my face blown off. It's fantastic, she's an incredible athlete. Anyway, so I've been trying to I was trying to do as much research as I possibly could, watch as many matches as I possibly could, kind of really take in pro wrestling from every angle. And women's pro wrestling in Japan, again, was a big influence as well. Except for DDT, I'm sure there's other smaller promotions, but I don't think there's a ton of intergender wrestling in Japan. But I knew that with my story, I wanted to have intergender wrestling because it just fit, and I do really like intergender wrestling a lot. It doesn't happen very often in my what I watch, obviously. But I thought for a comic book where you already are kind of having to do the Clark Kent, he's not actually Superman kind of thing. People can, it's as easy as it is for people to put away their thought minds when they watch pro wrestling. It's even easier to do that to people when you're making a comic book and asking them to put away their thinking brain for a little bit. So that intergender style of wrestling, I could fit into Do a Powerbomb really easily because I can just present it as fact. This is just how this huge promotion in Japan is. It's Tokyo Grand Pro Wrestling is what it's called in the comic book. So that was just a way for me to include more characters, get in a diverse cast, and also tell a captivating story that's just easier. It's just easier to navigate when you have more options like that, like an intergender promotion. So that was a big inspiration why and a big reason. Also, just a story as a storytelling device, it's just easier. So I did it for the diversity, but also mostly because it's just makes making stories easier.
That's pretty awesome. Sarah, with WoW and the stuff that you guys are doing there, do you find it a challenge, or is it easier to do since it's an all-woman federation?
I do find it a little easier because I'll be honest, with intergender wrestling, my only issue is I like it to look realistic in the same way that I would like a match between Rey Mysterio and anyone else to look realistic, and that's just me, period. It's my personal taste. I like the size of the wrestlers, the agility of the wrestlers, the strength of the wrestlers to come into play in the story that they tell in the ring. So for me, intergender wrestling is pretty difficult because I am 5 freaking feet tall and I'm not a little stack of muscles. So when I have to wrestle a guy, I'm having to come up with the craziest ideas to actually cut him down and get him where I want him. Whereas in an all-women's promotion, it's just a lot easier for me to tell stories that make sense and that are simpler. And because I always think the simpler the story is that you tell in the ring, the more the audience is going to connect with that story and get it 100%. They see, I'm cheering for that person, I'm booing that person, here we go. And that's the kind of wrestling that I like. So I absolutely wholeheartedly love what we do at WoW because, like Tamara said, also for me, my favorite part of wrestling was the stories. So WoW is very story focused. And then the other thing I really love is characters. And I got that from loving Nature Boy. Like, I like to see a larger than life character, which WWE and AEW to some extent kind of got away from, because the focus on being an athlete, making it look real. Not really my thing. I want the undead magic man to tie up the princess and steal her soul. That's kind of my thing. So WoW does all of that. It's the focus on characters and just kind of telling the best stories that we can within the bounds, but our bounds are so much bigger. Like, I'm a gang leader and I fought a voodoo lady who had hypnotized my Australian friend. Like, it's just, you can't get any better than that.
Love it. That is the escapism we're looking for in wrestling. I've always enjoyed it like that. I like the mix of all different stuff, and it's I think going back in the days when we would rent VHS tapes or DVDs, you look at the package, you're like, look at these characters, these people, they're big and whatever. Like, that's what you pick it up, you're like, I'm gonna get into this.
100%. I think most people. Sorry. I was just going to say real quick, I think most people picked a favorite wrestler based on what they look like originally, before the other stuff. But number one thing was, I like that guy with the stripes on his face and the tassels,
Yeah, I'm glad that I did not know about Japanese wrestling when I was like deep in buying like Sailor Moon bootlegs, because I couldn't get them anywhere else, because I was already spending all of what little money I had at these little monthly cons, and so that would have just blown it just would have blown everything out of proportion. So I'm glad that I didn't know about it. And, I mean, full on magical girl entrances. Like, what more could you ask for? Like, there's a whole guy who's Marty McFly. Delightful. Please give me more of that.
It's so good.
Kushida.
I only want the best for him too. So good. So good. So going to that, okay, who is your guilty pleasure wrestler? Is there someone that you're just like, I'm just gonna gobble this up. Anything they do, it's my favorite. For me, I'd say growing up, Undertaker was that one where it's like so weird and spooky and crazy and whatever, and you just get to see like, this is not normal. This is a gigantic man who's got an urn and he's got this creepy sidekick boss guy, and you're like, what is this? Like, it just blew me away as a kid. I remember seeing him when he first came out, and I was like the kid that they always show in the footage who's just like freaking out, like that was it for me.
I don't believe in guilty pleasures generally. I just think you like what you like, and sometimes you just have to admit to yourself that it's maybe not the best quality, but it doesn't matter, you like it. But I don't feel that way about Goldust. Goldust is awesome. He's the weirdest person. He's the weirdest version of like, whatever you're doing, I'm in.
She wanted me to be Goldust when I started wrestling.
I did. It's true. I was pitching for that pretty hard.
I'm not sure that I have a oh gosh, because I haven't been watching wrestling enough to like have somebody that I really like that's like cringy, but I'm trying to think.
Don't go cringy. Like, say like, what's your favorite thing out there that could be a little, that's out of the norm, from like not just a guy in a black tights and he's whatever. Like, who's a character who's like, fun.
While Daniel's thinking, I also want to just give a shout out to Coco Beware, because he's a wrestler with a bird. That's great.
It's pretty amazing.
I guess maybe Toru Yano? I really do like his stuff. From New Japan. Yeah.
It's the one, Toro?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. I always really like it when he like ties people up in the rings and they get counted out, which is completely ridiculous. And during the pandemic, when like they were wrestling in Korakuen Hall with nobody in the stands, he like tied somebody's hair to an elevator or something, and then like left them in the elevator at Korakuen Hall, and they got counted out. That was it was a Los Ingobernables wrestler. Oh, he's very famous. I can't remember his name right now. Sorry, I'm blanking. But it was a good match. It was fun and ridiculous.
Ridiculous is good. Sarah, you're contemplating trying to.
I don't know if maybe it's because I think that all wrestling is a guilty pleasure, because what we're watching a bunch of men in tights groping each other when you boil it down, right? So I think
Covered in oil,
the way the Turkish wanted us to be. But I know when I was little, The Undertaker was very big for me. I will say maybe that's guilty, because it was definitely that I had a crush on evil people. And so the evilness of that whole situation. I mean, even when he came back on that motorcycle, I was like, yes! And everyone now is like, isn't that so lame and stupid? I'm like, we weren't supposed to we were not supposed to like the American Badass Undertaker. Got it. No one told me. I really liked him, thought he was a badass.
I loved it so much.
But like a guilty pleasure, I don't know, because I'm never good with favorites, but like if you're like, someone you watched every time, that was like all of the women. I basically had to search for them constantly. But if we're talking right now, Roman Reigns, because I would just like to acknowledge him.
Yeah, we just want to, you know what? Anytime we can mention Roman Reigns, we're going to mention Roman Reigns.
He is more popular with women than you would ever expect, for the exact reason you would expect.
And the guy is chiseled out of stone. Just, I'm so glad he found who he is. Right? It took a minute, and it's chef's kiss. It's perfect right now. Although Cowboy Brock is pretty fun too.
Wow.
It's the most I've ever enjoyed him, I do have to say.
Though I do not want his hair long ever. Please stop doing that, Brock.
I hate it, but I'm also.
I hate it.
But I'm also.
You know, live your life, Brock. Live it. Live it.
Absolutely. We got a couple of minutes left. Give a promo about what you're doing and who you are, so everyone here knows what they should expect.
I'm Sarah the Rebel. You're going to find me on CBS this fall on Wow Women of Wrestling. If you want to catch up because you missed all the insanity that went on before, you're going to want to go to, I don't know, you could probably find it on the CW Seed app. You could find it on Pluto TV for free. They're starting to put them all up on YouTube. Go watch my matches, because I am the greatest tiny women's wrestler of all time. The greatest tiny one, not the greatest tall one. Don't get mad at me, okay, China fans. Anyway, you can also check me out on patreon.com/Sarah the Rebel, where you can join my fan club, be part of the Rebel crew. Actually, I'm Sarah the Rebel everywhere that God and the Bible intended me to be. You can find me on the Facebooks. You can find me on the Twitch. You can find me on Xbox. I don't care. Wherever you look, Sarah the Rebel. Type it in. See if I'm there. Oh, and buy my books. I just wrote, my newest one was about the Goosebumps series from the 90s. R.L. Stine himself tweeted about it, so you know it's a good book.
That's amazing.
I have to follow that up, huh?
You do, because I think Dan was so thrown off, he had to bail off the stream. He's like, I can't follow this. He's like, I'm done.
The pressure. Well, you know, I am mighty. I am tall. My hair is fluffy, and you'll never know where I'll show up next. Please look for me on Twitter @MisfitsTamara. Anything that I'm working on, you will be able to find out about there. I'll start looking through my tapes, so you'll see what kind of weird stuff I watched when I was a kid. You can find me often at Sarah the Rebel's side, being the I was gonna say the Xenator Gabrielle, but I almost feel like that's reversed. I kind of think you are the Gabrielle.
even
A
though
little
I'm
bit.
small.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But like third season before all the weird stuff with like the
Where they went to India?
the Antichrist baby
Yeah.
and like before all that
Yeah.
stuff started. Yeah, we're not there. But yeah, I'm delightful. I'm lovable. Please follow me on Twitter.
It's amazing. Dan, give us the
Everything's
outro.
been
Let's
so
go.
everything's been so positive. I think I need to go heal wrestler here. I think
Oh.
I need to go heal promo. It's right. It's Daniel Warren Johnson. Everybody thinks I'm a really nice guy, but let me tell you something. If you cut me off in the middle of the street, I'm going to hit your damn car, and I'm going to draw the shit out of anything that you put in front of me. That's right. I did do a Darth Vader commission that sold for $10,000. I'll have you know. I'm one of the most popular people out there when it comes to the comic book world. King of my own anthill? Maybe. I just made the best comic book about pro wrestling you'll ever read in your damn life. Read it now. Do a Powerbomb. Issue 1 and 2 are out now. Sorry, I hope that
the
wasn't
Dan
too
I know
intense.
and love. I love it.
That's totally unlike me. I had to pull that out from a dark place.
It's 100% you. We all know the truth. It's fine. It's fine.
He turned the camera off to take a shot of whiskey.
Get prepped. Anyways, I am Big Clutch. You guys know me from Comics Fall Live here at Skybound, all the expos and all the fun stuff that you guys do at cons. So, thanks for joining us on the In the Ring State of Pro Wrestling panel here on the Expo. I'll be back later today with Comics Vault Live to give you guys the amazing Finch Fest and some other cool goodies. So thanks for hanging out. Catch you guys later.
Always love seeing Big Clutch.
Big Clutch,
We got
what
an applause
up?
for Big Clutch, and as he said, he will be back for Comics Vault Live. And it was also super cool to hear them kind of give a deep dive into some of the more controversial or interesting parts of the wrestling heritage. where
There
it comes
is
from.
so much to dig into in
Yeah.
wrestling lore. That's why it's so exciting.
I know, and I love the way that they navigated through it. And we got to move quickly because Thad, our producer, is telling us we got to meet our time. And it was his birthday yesterday.
Hey, happy birthday,
to Thad! That's really what
Everybody
this
in the
is all
chat
about.
say happy birthday, Thad, right now. Obey me.
And I also love that. Do it. Trust me. You gotta listen to Sam. I also love that Big Clutch was joined by Daniel Warren Johnson, one of our
Oh
favorites
my
here at Skybound.
God. Look, if you love Daniel Warren Johnson as much as we do, I say you're full of baloney because we love him so much. And if you don't know him, you gotta check out Murder Falcon. Can we get a caw for Murder Falcon? Caw. And the great thing about Murder Falcon, even if you haven't read it yet, we have this fantastic Murder Falcon gear. Look at this merch. Oh my God, I haven't even seen this shirt before. That rock and roll t-shirt right
They're
there.
so metal, yeah.
Incredible.
I'm going bottom left.
Get your phone out, scan that QR code, and get that merch. Long live metal, long live Murder Falcon. Okay, y'all, coming up next, we have Tabletop Vault. We are opening the vault and seeing what's inside. And look, if you're a fan of Wonderland's War, pay attention. Check it out.
Welcome to the Tabletop Vault from Skybound. My name is Matt Felici. I'm the retail sales manager here at Skybound, and we are going to be going through and unlocking a couple of our hard-to-get titles. Most featured Wonderland's War, the Deluxe Edition, and the Deluxe Edition with the chips. Now, we're going to get into what's in those and what makes them special, but first I want to introduce the rest of the team that's here today. First up, we got Ben.
Sure. Hey, my name is Ben Kepner. I'm a developer, designer over here at Skybound, and yeah, excited to talk about Wonderland's War. And over to you, Dan.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, I'm Dan. I am the operations manager and designer here at Tabletop, and we are really excited to show you what we got today. There's some really cool stuff here. It's like right over there. I keep looking at it. It looks tasty. Let's dig in.
Yeah, I got mine right next to me as well. For those of you who don't know, Wonderland's War was one of our newer titles that we released and wrapped up on Kickstarter last year. Part of the Kickstarter was a deluxe edition, which had miniatures, extra clay chips, and all different kinds of stuff that we are excited to show you now. Now, that has pretty much sold out throughout the Kickstarter, but guess what? We have some extra ones, and we are opening them up for today, and I believe the next couple of days. I'm not quite sure the timing on it. However, get in there and get your copy. There should be a link in the chat that you can go and check out. There's two different versions. There's a deluxe, and there's a deluxe with chips. Okay, so the chips were extra on top of even the deluxe version. So the first thing actually that I want to show you guys, now before we get started though, all of us here all helped on development of this title a little bit. I was working with it when we started showing it off on conventions. I was demoing it for people and taking all that feedback to the team. Ben, what did you do with Wonderland's War throughout its development?
I think my biggest contribution was writing the narrative and sort of like figuring out the story for the Kickstarter. But other than that, just, generally playtesting, helping with development, like all the way back from, I think like 2019 when we had our like Druid City Skybound retreat, where it was a very, very early version of the game. So kind of got to see the whole thing, for the last like 3 or 4 years that it's taken to get here. So
yeah,
it's been a long road. Yeah.
How about you, Dan?
Oh, I was helping out at conventions for a while, so there was some demoing of this game. Yep. I also helped the Eisners run the playtesting side of this, so I managed a lot of different community members and groups. Got lots of good feedback that made the game that you have here today.
Yeah, and I mean, and also you worked a little bit on the TTS, didn't you? You kind of helped.
I did. I fully implemented the digital platform version.
Yeah.
So
if anyone's out there familiar, on Steam, there's a tabletop simulator. You can actually get in there and even look at the game and check it out on a digital side of things. And Dan helped put that all together, and that is no small feat. But
just.
A lot of imports, a lot of important cards.
Yeah, for sure. But let's get started on our first SKU that we're going to unlock, which is the deluxe version before the deluxe with the chips. Now, the deluxe is the base game, and it comes with the miniatures, which I'm going to show you now.
And an air horn.
And apparently an air horn from Dan.
Yeah.
It also comes with the bags.
I'm here to bring the hype.
And custom castles. So in the retail game, all the castles look the same. However, when you get the deluxe one, all the castles have a unique, like I got the Queen's, and I actually have the Mad Hatter's castle right here. They all have unique molds. And this is only found in the deluxe version, and the deluxe and the chips. Everything in the next version we talk about will just be all of this plus the chips. This one's going to be $100, and you can get in there and get these copies now. So it has one special molded castles for all the different factions. Also, I got the Cheshire Cat one here. If I can grab it, if my fingers let me. Look at this is the Cheshire Cat's castle. We'll see how
pink.
Pink.
My favorite thing about these castles is just like when I was showing them, one of my game groups, they were just like, is that a castle? Like they're like specifically the Mad Hatter and stuff of like the Tea Party, and it's like, well, it's a monument to your victory. Castle is it's a figurative castle.
Yeah, and here's Alice's, just to kind of go around and make sure we get
She's
a chance
got a real
to
castle.
See everybody's. Yeah. And of course, you know what? I wouldn't leave the Jabberwock out either. That is the castle. All these cool molds, you get 5 for each faction, and then you get to the actual miniatures. Now, one thing about the miniatures in mine, I painted mine. I took the time, so we have our Alice. miniature here, and I will show you. I'm not the best painter in the world, but I am really proud of how these guys came out. So if you are into like just painting these things, they come out really, really cool. There's the main there's all the 5 main characters, and then you get a miniature for each and every Wonderlandian, who are basically like our like monsters that you can recruit to play with you. So here are, and now this was basically I did a full color paint on Alice here, right? But then with all the Wonderlandians, I just did like a dry brush where I just kind of like highlighted the edges, did a little wash to make them pop out. But there's lots of fun stuff you can do with the miniatures. Did you guys get a chance to paint yours yet?
I've painted one. I painted the Red Queen. There she is.
Oh, yeah, that's
got
awesome.
A lot of eyeliner on.
Yeah, the eyeliner was hard. I did mine.
Yeah.
Her face was so difficult to do.
Yeah, and the other I haven't done any of the others. I'm just working on
Yeah, her face was really hard to do. I don't know how well you'll be able to see these. We're trying. You know what I really love though? The battle marker. So this is the in each zone, this is going to show you where battle starts per round. There's like 5 different battle locations, and this is you get a 3D battle marker. Now in the regular game, all of these are actually standees. The standees are pretty sharp too, actually. They show off Manny's artwork really nice, but if you're into the hobby side and you want the miniatures, these really bring the table to life here.
Hey Ben, you got some stuff rattling around there. Do you mind showing people what they look like unpainted before you get to them?
Sure. I was like, no, don't listen to me. Don't worry about all this rattling that's happening. Yeah.
I just think you're in a fight with like snakes constantly at all times at your feet.
Where's Alice?
An epic story I tell myself every day.
Oh, Alice is somewhere else. But yeah. Oh, I've got yeah, I mean, here's like, they're just normal, they just come gray, unpainted.
Yep.
No wash, not as fancy as Matt's yet, but we'll get there. Give me another like 6 to 9 months, and they'll all be painted.
Yeah, I couldn't wait. As soon as I got it, it was like I didn't even play it yet. I just busted these things out, primed them, and I was like, all right, these at least need something on them. But they are super sharp. So. Yeah, so that's kind of the miniatures. Do you guys have anything else on the miniatures you wanted to bring up, or do we want to move to the next thing?
Let's get moving.
Oh, gosh.
All right.
Yeah, let me tell you guys. So the next thing I'm going to talk about here, and it just touches that special part of me that cannot stand disorder. I mean, if you look behind me, I've got organization going on, and, that's the thing for me. I love things nice and contained and compartmentalized, and I can look at it and go, oh, I can sleep at night now. And what I'm going to talk about is the organization on this game, because gosh, it is amazing. So this is a huge box. Look at this thing.
Look at that
You're
thing.
like, oh my gosh, Dan, this is heavy. What are you going to do with all this? And let me tell you, I'm going to take this lid off, and I'm going to show you some secret treasures. And the first thing I'm going to show you is this lovely thing right here, because this is a game changer. This box is thick, it is heavy, there is a lot of cool stuff in here, but how do you get it out? A lot of games you wind up bending or tearing your corners of the box just trying to reach in, and then you
just dump it all out, right?
Throw it out and then like put it in baggies inside, and it just makes me sad. And I've got limited space in my house. My wife will kill me if I buy more games, so I got to make use of every inch I've got. So we've got this lovely thing here. It's organized. I've got these loose bags on top. I'm just going to throw these on my keyboard. You don't care. The bags are amazing, though. Look at these.
The bags are really cool. The bags are custom.
You got branded bags.
Those are deluxe. Those are like faction-specific bags come in the deluxe. The retail edition is just standard black bags. So the deluxe one, you're going to get even better bags.
Those are I think my favorite thing about the bags too is they're so big. Like I know that was a concern. Yeah, that was a concern in the Kickstarter where it's like, yeah, well, and hands, where you're like you can reach in with your whole hand. You don't have to. There's no squeezing. It's just reach all the way in there.
Dan, that is one well organized container of.
Look at this. Look at this beauty. You open this up and you're just like, oh, just my castles. Perfectly arranged in order. Look at that. There's a little plus in the middle. I love it.
Yeah.
I did. Like, honestly, the symmetry.
Very good.
My heart. It's full of burst.
So listen, this thing has game trays all throughout, which really help organize the entire thing, and that is exclusive to the deluxe again. The game trays are really awesome.
But Matt, once you pop, the fun don't stop, because you take this lid off, and oh my gosh, there's more maze.
Oh my god! Damn.
And they're perfectly contained. It's beautiful. And no, I'm not done. This train will not end.
Do you have a ShamWow?
After this box, you find even more things, because what is next underneath?
What is next, Dan?
I don't know. I'm like edge of my
This
seat.
is the
Edge of my
storage.
seat. Oh, the chip.
For your tabs you pull out. And this comes in every deluxe edition. If you get deluxe with chips, it also has chips in there. But like, look at this, look at this, look at this. Oh,
That's a magnet. That's a
you hear
magnet,
that?
folks.
That's magnet. We are using science and engineering to make the best possible game box for you. And you know, let's open it up. And what is this?
Pow!
Perfectly organized. Tells you where things go. I haven't even shown you what's on the side of the box. It tells you everything.
It tells you where to put
dark
everything.
knowledge you should know.
Yep.
And underneath there's another tray, and it holds your cards perfectly. It is just
Well, I'll
beautiful.
tell you what.
I love it.
Dan, that amazing showing it that that guy, and then there's the full side. However, since you showed everybody the chip box. If you go to deluxe plus chips, it's $135. You get that box that Dan just showed, but you also, Ben, what's with these chips? What are the chips all about, and why do people want to spend a little extra to get the deluxe plus chips?
Well, I think
I'll give you a Vanna.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the coolest thing about them, that everyone talks about, is they are real clay chips. So these are similar to like real professional poker chips, where you get a whole handful of these. You can hear them sort of rattling around in the bag or your hand. But yeah, that's like, for me, that's the biggest thing. It's just like how they feel, because the whole game is a bag builder, right? So you're reaching in, you've got these chips that's really core to the game, and they're so nice. There's a nice I think it's a hand applied sort of image that's on all of these, and these were hand applied, which is why this part of why this game took so dang long to fulfill.
Chips, yeah.
Is because there's just a lot of these deluxe chips, and I think there was just one part in the production where the factory was like, oh, that's going to take an extra 90 days, and we were like, oh no. But anyway, it's here now. They finally they made it. It's all in the past, but that's why these are so good, is because there was a lot of time and a lot of effort put into all of these chips.
The chips are absolutely incredible. They all have stickers on them that are really, really high quality stickers. They look awesome. That shows that artwork off on each sticker. And also, that's the chips that come with the deluxe. That's it. We don't have more of these chips. So if the heavy deluxe clay chip sounds like something that you want in your game, you gotta get them now with this deluxe and chips bundle, because we're at the end of what we got. So get through them. That's why we're here today, to offer these things up at Expo and get the deluxe and chips into your hands.
And the deluxe with chips is $135.
Yep.
So it's a $35 increase, but honestly, can you put a price on that clickety-clack in your hands and that look on everyone's face as you open that metallic box up? Magnetic, not metallic.
I mean, even if you just resell it, that's, I'm just saying, there's, people
address the secondary
I love these.
Listen, these things have
I
been...
love these.
All right, not to people have been reselling these things for over $400 right now. It's insane, and it's crazy. Sometimes less, sometimes more. It's just right around there, but we're getting $135. It's a hot deal. Get in there, get your copy. Don't let those resellers make a bunch of bucks. Get them right from Skybound. We'll have them on the shop for at least a couple days, so I believe. Don't quote me.
While supplies last.
Yeah, absolutely. While supplies last.
Yeah.
All right, and next up, do we have, and now those are the two editions. Those are the two things that we wanted to unlock today for everybody and tell you a little bit about them and why we're excited about them. Do we have any last things that we wanted? I'll go around real quick. If there's anything that we didn't mention about the deluxe, Ben, did you have anything else you want to say about it?
Oh man, just the deluxe in general. I mean, I don't know. It's just the whole thing is it makes such an impression. Between the minis and the chips, I showed it to a group of friends a little while ago. And it's I've seen this game for years, obviously, during development. But it was really nice to show this to a new group of people, and they were halfway through the game. And granted, it was taking longer than we thought, because it was had to teach it, I had to remember how to play, because it had been 6 months. But yeah, we got about halfway through it, and even though it was taking a little bit longer, they were can we buy this? Like, where do we get this? And like, we're not even done with the game yet. And that was a good feeling.
Yeah.
And I was like, we will be having a stream soon. Like, you will have to wait. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for sure. How about you, Dan?
I mean, I got to tell you guys, like, this thing is getting a lot of traction from people. Board Game Geek, it was 706 yesterday or this morning.
Nice. Yeah.
It's great. Like, it's in top 700 games-ish of all time on BGG, BoardGameGeek.com, the big metric. It's basically IMDb for board games.
Yeah.
So good.
Seal of excellence from Dice Tower,
great.
Which is like awesome. So I'm so glad that they liked it as much as they did.
Yeah, Shut Up and Sit Down. They played it and they liked it. They were talking about it. I think UK Games. It was one of their panel streams.
Yeah, they had a podcast where they brought it up and were chatting about how much fun they were having on it. So it's like, just everyone's really. I've seen some podcasts where people are putting it in their top 10 of all time. Like just not like what I played this month or this year. It's like it's getting some really great recognition. So it's awesome to be on this side of it and see its success and just want to keep it moving. But. That's it. So as far as Wonderland's War Deluxe goes, go get it. That's it on that. We'll touch on a couple more points here. I've heard there's a sale. Dan, did you hear about a sale that's going on right now?
Oh, yes.
Like on other games?
Yeah. So Expo, let me tell you, we got a 25% discount going off across all other games we have within Tabletop. So I'm talking Pebble Rock, I'm talking Sorcerer City, Trial by Trolley, we got that Super Fight, Red Flags expansions, Pitchstorm.
Stock up.
My man Ben's game.
Yeah.
Pitchstorm.
Kim Joy's Magic Bakery.
Look at that. And talking about Ben, let's go Kim Joy. Let's go Court of the Dead. Dang, we got Barnyard Roundup, Grim Masquerade, Grim Forest, Guardian's Call, Walking Dead, Something to Fear, Tidal Blades, Valor and Villainy, Minions of Mordek. Look at this. Look at this loot you can get. What are you doing still sitting here listening to me mumble around while my hair rocks this laptop? Don't do it.
In 3D now.
Buy your games.
Dan's reaching at the screen.
Yeah. There's some great stuff on there, and just to call a little attention, Tidal Blades is on there, and Pebble Rock, which is honestly Pebble Rock is one of my favorite family weight games. I have an 8-year-old, and we set this thing up on the floor. We spread it all out, and it's a little pick up and deliver game where you have a little boat and a little cat person, and you're basically taking packages all over the place, and just trying to get the most points. Whoever wins. It's like normally it's $25. Take 25% off that, get it home, play it with your family. Pebble Rock delivery service is super great, so go check that one out specifically. Tidal Blades is another one that's really, really great. Big area control, worker placement game with some really vibrant characters and some cool story behind that as well. So yeah, some really great deals on the shop, so make sure you go in there and do that. We're wrapping up here. Thank you if you're here hanging out and still watching, thank you guys for hanging out with the Tabletop team. We love what we do. Last thoughts. Ben, you got any last thoughts?
Or I don't know, man. I just want to play more. I just want to play more Wonderland's War. I'm just like, what other friends?
Yeah, I've only played it once since I got it home.
What's your favorite faction?
Oh, I like Mad Hatter. Mad Hatter is super fun. Mad Hatter's great. Dan,
I don't know. I'm torn. I'm just like, Red Queen, Cheshire Cat. Mostly, probably those two.
Yeah.
I love Cheshire Cat. I love like grabbing all the shards, grabbing all the madness because you don't care.
Dan, what do you think? What's your favorite faction? And what do you got? Last thoughts.
Favorite faction. I am digging the Red Queen personally. Cool. Last thoughts, everybody. Thank you so much for checking out Expo. Please enjoy. Stick around for more cool Skybound content. We're going to be bringing it to you fast, furious, and probably on video.
Yes, thank you everyone for coming out. See y'all.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
That's not for us. That's only for Dan.
They just, you know what? Absolutely.
Love you, Dan.
And they deserve it. I love seeing the Skybound Tabletop team. They are so great at what they do. And you know what? When they open that tabletop vault, you know that door's going to make that creaking sound. And inside, it's going to be spooky and scary. Like, you don't know if it's haunted or not. But the treasures they unveil there are beyond compare, and that Wonderland War stuff is incredible. You see those figurines?
Oh, and the chips. Everyone's losing their mind over the chips. It feels like those are going to be the first things to sell out. And
they're going to sell out so fast. You've got to scan that QR code right now. Get in on it.
I love watching the three of them geek out. Right?
Yeah.
Like over their own product.
I know.
Like they're losing their minds
over
this.
They love playing their own games.
It's a beautiful game. It sounds like it's all about the area control. It's like Risk meets Alice in Wonderland. Who knows?
Are you going to play that with your mom then at Christmas time?
No.
Sounds very risky.
Banned board games from the family. But talking about the vault being open, that means it's time for a celebration. You might have heard them talk about it. There is a big time sale on all of our other tabletop games going on right now for you guys to check out. Because of that vault being open, you know, we got to make sure that we give a bunch of love to all the other stuff. So you can see right there, 25% off Valor and Villainy.
Not
Tidal
2.5%.
No.
It's 25.
We're going all the way up to 25. And of course, Court of the Dead, Dark Harvest, and Sorcerer City, all on sale right now. Just scan that QR code. It'll take you right to the store with that 25% off. That's a quarter.
That's a full quarter of the price.
It is.
Famously a quarter of the price. People on the street talking about how it's a quarter of the price. Look, nobody wants to leave out card games. We are absolutely not leaving out the Skybound card games. Included in the sale, we have Kim Joy's Magic Bakery.
Yeah.
That's right here. We have Trial by Trolley. That's right here too. Very charming games. I mean, Trial by Trolley has blood all over the front. Maybe a different kind of charm, perhaps. I'm not sure. But also, if you need expansion packs, we all need an expansion pack once in a while. If you need an expansion pack, we got the hookup for you. We have expansion packs for Super Fight, Red Flags, Pitch Storm. I mean, look, if you are going to defeat your friends, you need expansion packs. I mean, if you are really going to melt them to the core, if you're going to take their faces and rub them in the dust, if you're going to absolutely humiliate your friend.
You've been inviting me over for game night. I'm not going.
You are toast. You are toast, Andrew.
The best thing about that is that when you invite your friends over for game night and they think they're going to play one game, you go, no. We're doing the expansion.
I'm sorry. Exactly.
And then you just completely destroy them.
That's just the appetizer, see?
So wait, so you just mentioned another good friend of yours in Kim Joy.
Absolutely. Kim Joy, we are fellow nerds. She is a fantastic person. Look, if you've ever watched her on TV, she's exactly the same in person. She is a delight. And she worked so closely with the Skybound Tabletop team on this game. You know, if you've ever enjoyed her on TV, if you've ever enjoyed her cookbooks, like this, you got to pick up the game. I can't wait to play it.
It's so great when you meet your heroes and they're actually just awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Kim Joy, you're my hero.
Kim Joy, we haven't met yet, but I'm very much looking forward to it. And another person who I'm looking forward to meeting is Big Clutch.
Big Clutch?
We are about to do
a man of myth.
A man, the myth, and not the legend, because
not
apparently that means that they're no longer around.
You can only be a legend if you're dead.
He is here. He is live. We're ready to go. 29 CG Seed Comics.
2.9.
9.8. 29. 9.8 and
Crispy
above.
Comics. Crispy CGC Comics.
And I'm excited to see all of these because I want to pick your brain afterwards and hear about like what you like to look at when you're picking up covers, when you're picking up CG Seed covers. So guys, live, Comics Vault live with Big Clutch coming your way right now, and we'll be here watching very closely and looking at what comics we want. And then also, guys, remember, everything that is on Comics Vault Live is going to be free shipping and handling. You mentioned it earlier. It's important to mention it again because we know they're going to be going right away. We even got a little cheer there for free shipping.
Who doesn't love free shipping?
Do we say
nobody?
Do we say handling anymore? Is that a thing?
I don't know. Do we even handle things?
No, they're
all
robots.
Is that illegal?
They're all robots.
I think that's a dicey proposition these days.
All right, here we go. Big Clutch coming your way. Comics Vault Live. Let's go.
Welcome to Comics Vault Live with your host, Big Clutch.
What? I gotta put the cans on so I can talk some crap. Blow that air horn. What in the little F? Tabletop vault? Guys, come on. Fighting my chain. This is my stuff. C-Vale, this is something that people know what they're here for. I don't need these slapdicks coming around stealing my jam, pretending that they're all going to sell this stuff. Matt Felici, Ben Kepner, Dave Song. You're on my list. You made the list. Anyways, welcome, everyone. Welcome, Comics Vault Live. I've got an echo in my hand, so I'm going to take this off. But, good times. Yeah. Knows what's going on. Difficulties are in the house again. So, party! We've got a massive show for everyone today. Super cool. Really cool. This is, how do you call it? Finch Fest 1.0, as we like to call it around the office. This is the massive Dave Finch celebration for all the stuff we've got for, done for Walking Deluxe and all the stuff across the board in Clementine. It is also super stoked. So, let's do some good stuff. I don't. You guys know what this is. Comics Vault Live. You guys come here. My voice is choppy as F. I don't know what's going on. We're trying to fix this stuff out. We've got the production team is doing an amazing job of putting this thing together. There's all sorts of little gremlins that like to keep it works. So we're gonna run this. So hope you guys can hear me. You can listen to what goes on. This should be good. I don't have my cans on because I've got a massive echo. I can't hear anybody from my team if they're talking to me. So if you guys want to throw it in chat, you guys know what's going on. But, hey guys, welcome again to Comics Vault Live. You know what we do. We're going to put a link in the chat. We're sitting in a little chatty thing up there on YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're at. It's going to have a massive link to the CBL 307 July 307 collected. It's going to have all that stuff. Get it first, Mike. Come on, you're breaking my heart. Adam's in the house. What is up? Anyways, we're going to have all the stuff here for the show. Everyone's saying bad audio and I'm an echo and who's an echo? I'm an echo. We're all echoes. I can't even hear myself. I can hear myself. Yeah, it's double up. I gotta get into Brian's in the house, folks. But hey, thanks guys. Thanks again for watching the wrestling earlier, which was super fun. I'm excited to attack Peter Kickstarter. We've got so much cool stuff. I don't know what this ending over here is. That's kind of different. Yeah, we're here. We're having a good time. So the link is in the chat. So if you guys click on that link, you can have the main thing. No products are live yet. So that's the trick, guys. So the new folks who know what's going on, put the link in chat. This is our collection. Then as we're going through the books, we're going to toss in the links. We're going to make them live and active and all that stuff. So you have a chance to go pick up what you want to get. So I believe our first book of the day is going to be super exciting because Skybound X25 came out this past week. It was an amazing release. We've got some really, really cool stuff. We've got a Maria Wolf cover, which blows my freaking mind. Some people may have seen it early. It got leaked, not by any ill means, but Maria was at Comic-Con. She had her comps, and she ended up putting it on. She sold them at the show. So folks who went by the booth got it. A lot of people, let's see, maybe audio's clean. Let's see if we get this. They said a lot of people ended up getting, oh, that sounds better. I can hear just myself. That's good. Hi, everybody. Good job, production team. You guys are rock stars. It sounds clean to everybody now. We're good. I love it. Great. So the Maria Wolf Skybound X number 25 variant cover is going to be up. We're going to put that in the chat here. I think we've got graphics for all that stuff too. So we'll throw the graphics on screen. Oh, look at this awesome cover. So Maria is an astounding illustrator. She is, I mean, beyond words how cool they are. I'm excited that we got to do this cover. We're going to put this on there. We've got, I think, 125 of these in CGC 9.8. we're gonna toss these into the link, so you'll be able to link. If you want a book, you get to see the link, buy it then. So you're gonna have a chance to get it. So there it is. There's a link right there. It's in the chat. Go get it. Go get this thing now. This thing's gonna sell out super crazy quick. Stoked to also say this too, that we're gonna have a couple mystery upgrades. So there are a couple. This is the trade dress variant. That is correct. There are other variants that are not available on this stream. They'll be available at a later point in another way. We'll tell you about that later. So follow Comics Vault Live and Big Clutch. We're gonna have some upgrades. So we will be. So they're going to be gorgeous, but they're going to have a couple 9.9s that we will randomly throw in. We will randomly upgrade your order. So if you order one of these, you have a chance to get one of, I think, 2 or 3 9.9s. So it'll be mixed in the order. So Skybound X25, $99.99. This was such an awesome book because it had looks at a bunch of our. It's not Virgin. Come on, you can see the X logo. It's right in the. This way. It's right there on the top. You see it right there on the top. There's the Skybound X logo. It's just covered by blood. That's what we do. We cover stuff with blood. That's a Skybound way. So but it's still there. So yes. So Skybound X number 25, the Maria Wolf variant, Battle Beast in his wholly brutal way. $99.99. There will be a few 9.9 upgrades that we'll toss in there. So that's going to be fun. So if you guys want to pick those up, I know that honestly, I'll tell you, if you guys were watching the Whatnot streams of the weekend during San Diego Comic-Con, some of the ones that got picked up by Whatnot by sellers from Maria at the show, they were reselling these for like $100 raw on their streams. So pretty awesome to be able to get a CGC 9.8 guaranteed from us for $100. So get it now while you got it. These are going to be up over the weekend or until they sell out. So if they're sold out, then you know that they sold out. But if they're up for the weekend, you'll have a chance. If you're not here, if you're on the road, you're doing whatever, you can't get it, you can check them out too. So fantastic. Seeing a lot of folks getting them. There is foil. We'll have foil at some other point. Black and white and a full art virgin one. So a lot of cool stuff. So yay, that's what we got. Oh, let's go. Let's do this. What is up? What is next? What are we putting up on the chat? Courtney, toss it to us. Let's see what we got. Super cool. Oh, by the way, guys, too, the on-air little clippy thing here is covering the logo of the top part of the label of the CGC book. So let's I don't know if we could take that off the screen or not, but either ways, just so you guys know, the one you're looking at right now, this is CGC Signature Series, Walking Dead Deluxe #1. This is the Dave Finch cover. This is a CVL variant, black and white. It is signed by Dave Finch. These are awesome. We got to Dave Finch did a signing at CGC back when these books first came out. We had some copies there that we'd gotten graded, and so we held on to these so they will be able to get them to sign. And so we were awesome up to you guys. So $124.99, I believe. We do not have a lot of these available anymore. I think there's just some laying around. So if you guys want to pick up one of these, it is signed by Dave Finch. It is CGC 9.8. They are awesome. There is going to be also these are available to ship now. So all the Maria Wolf ones, the Skybound X25s, they're going to be shipping in a couple weeks. We're getting them back from CGC next week, and then we'll ship them off to the fulfillment center, and so they'll go out from there. But these are shipping now. So all this stuff is at our fulfillment site, and they'll be ready to go. So if you guys want to get them while it's good, and they'll be shipping out to you guys immediately. So we're not throwing up the Skybound X foils. We'll do those at a later date, so we'll let you guys know what's going on. Yeah, let's do the next one. And also, you guys will see this if you guys are in the collection, the 307 collection. You'll see all this stuff is going to be listed in there too. So as it's up later on there, if you have other books you want to grab too at the same time, you can do it too. So next one is the Walking Dead Deluxe #7. This is the Dave Finch black and white Comics Vault Live variant. This is also signed by Dave Finch, full art. This is awesome. Woo. Woo. Hey, Tom. How you doing, Tom? Yeah, Maria's art is awesome. We're going to have to get her to do some more stuff for us. I'm excited. Good stuff. So again, the Comics Vault Live Walk into Deluxe number 7. This is the Dave Finch black and white version for us, signed in all of its CGC goodness. So pick those up while you can. $124.99. A lot of folks in here in the chat who I saw at Comic-Con, so it's good to see you guys. Thanks for coming through. Hope you guys all made it home safe and sound. It was a good show across the board, and I didn't get sick, which is amazing. I hope most people didn't get sick, but a lot of people did get sick. So what's up, Casey? How you doing, Casey? Good to see you. Anthony said, I have one of these unsigned, but still, yeah, the first ones we put up were the unsigned versions of the black and whites. So we had some signed here that are good. Next up, I believe we've got Clementine. I think these are, I believe this is right. Yes, Clementine. Clementine number 1. This is the Dave Finch, the Deadhead covers. So you guys know that we at CVL coined the Deadhead label for these. I also stole it from Sarah. So Sarah, Mama Deadhead, I stole it from you because I thought it was fitting. So we put these up here at the on the show, and there are all these cool Deadhead covers. So this is your chance too. The best part about the show today is I know a lot of people ask us like, hey, I missed the chance to get the Deadhead covers, the second prints and stuff when we offered them up. We now have them all available. So they're all going to be able, 1 through 12, you'll be able to get them here today. We've got the Clementines, we've got the Dales, we've got the Glens, we've got the Shanes, we got them all for you. So here we go. And then we also get a debut number 12 finally. So we're going to close out that collection. Everyone's going to be super pumped. So yeah, here we go. So Clementine, this is the free comic book day, Clementine number 1. This is the Comics Vault Live variant. This was not free, but it was Comics Vault Live one. $99.99 for you. Not a ton of these left either. A lot of these books too, like since these are ones we pulled out of the vault, literally threw them in there, and we're putting them on the show, so you guys have a chance to check this out. So get the good stuff, get it again, offer it again here. Clementine, this is the color version of the Dave Finch, and so let's also toss up the next one, which is going to be the out of focus. Mug my camera. The black and white version is here for you as well. $99.99. It's perfect. It's so good. When can we expect the Maria Wolves to ship? Maria Wolves will ship probably in 5 to 6 weeks. So it's going to take us some time to get them back from CGC, to get them to our fulfillment center, and then they will go out to you from then. So expect it to be probably, if not end of August, early September. So yeah, this is how shipping works. Logistics and the chain and all that stuff. So, and we'll get those. Maria's in the chat. What? Maria, what is up? Maria, fantastic work. Thank you so much for coming around. You are a wonder, and I can't wait to do more stuff with you. So expect a call from us. Winky face. Gonna do some cool stuff. But yes, here we go. Comics Vault Live. This is the CVL Clementine number 1 variant of the black and white Dave Finch cover. So in the collection, it is ready to go. All right, next book up. I think we're going to run through, what are we doing, 12? Yes, all right. So we're going to run through these ones pretty quick. We're going to put these all in, I think we're going to make them all in the collection live at the same time. So if you guys are interested in any of these second prints, we are going to have these available for you now. Then 12 will be released at the very end of this run, so you'll be able to see them all. But we'll buzz through this stuff so you guys can see it, what we've got, what's going on, and know what is up. And if anyone wants to chat about stuff in the chat, hit me up. We're going to talk about stuff. We're going to talk about some cool things, and yeah. So Walk into Deluxe number 1. This is this color second print version of the one that started it all off with this awesome Deadhead series. The amazing Rick in all of his gory glory. He looks awesome. I think Dave Finch has done some amazing work with this stuff. We were trying to get Dave Finch on the show, but schedules did not work out. So we're gonna roll through it. Finch Fest. I should get Dan Peterson on here just to tell me how much he loves Dave Finch, and we'll just go with that. So, Michael, thanks. I love this. It's got bees on it too. So cool. There's little bees. I love this hat. I'm a big hat guy. I think most everyone here knows that Clutch Watch. I have a lot of hats. Too many hats. It's crazy. Anthony, not sure when those are printing. We'll give an update. You can follow us on social. We'll let you guys know when they the Oblivion Song stuff print, but they should be going out pretty good. Luke, no surprise books. I think the Maria Wolf was the big surprise. That was did not expect us to be able to have that in time for the show, but we did, and we do. So it's there. Let's go to the next Dave Finch. Let's start. We're gonna crank through these guys. The black and white red foil variant. Only a few of these ones left in stock. These ones are very rare. I think we have probably less than 20, maybe 15 or so. So I know people are trying to fill out their collections. They want to get it all done. They want to make sure they got everything good. So it is in the house for you. Let's go ahead and roll to number 2. Let's just keep doing this. Keep going, number 2. We got the Glen covers. These are so good. These are some of my faves. Second prints of the Glen cover, so these will be available. Let's do the Glen black and white. I know my production teams are just like, can you slow down? We need to throw all the links up. Blah 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 blah. I am crazy today. Pumped up from the wrestling show. I am super just jazzed. I'm going to start just dropping elbows on fools. Let's just do it. Any chance on foil variants for the Finch Firepower covers? We don't. That is we did not do it. I think we just did the regular ones for regular release. So we didn't do any CVL variants for those, but we've done some awesome CVL firepower variants over the past 2 years. Awesome. Number 3 is up on the screen. So that's really cool. We got number 3, which is oh man. I'm gonna get some tears, man. These are a lot of dead characters from The Walking Dead that breaks my heart. It's pretty nice. It's just so cool to see them in this way. Walking Dead Deluxe has been a really awesome like trip down memory lane, right? Because we get to see all these books and these deaths and all this stuff again in just a complete different view. It's pretty amazing. I'm so stoked. Joseph actually asked a great question. Favorite wrestling finish move? And Michael says, Tombstone always. Love the Tombstone pile driver. I am definitely a fan of the Canadian Destroyer. I think Sean Richard was mentioned that earlier in the stream, and that's not Sean Richard me. That's Sean Kirk. I'm Sean Kirkham. That's Sean Richard. But Canadian Destroyer is one of those moves that just looks so... P.D. Williams is... I mean, there's no other Canadian Destroyer besides the P.D. Williams Destroyer. That's it, period, done. No one else should do it. Should only be a P.D. Williams move. Although I will give it to... I'll let Penta do it. Penta can do a really good Destroyer too, so... yeah, Carl covers are up now. This is issue number 4, I believe. Yeah, Deluxe 4. This is the second printing with the gold foil. And then we'll have the black and white with the red foil as well. We're just pushing everyone to the limits. To the limits. Highlights from Comic-Con. Man. Oh yeah, that Roddy Piper right here. This is a Lou Pimentel. It's an original painting with an actual figure on there. It's an amazing series. If you get to follow DKE Toys, they do these series, and if you can find Lou Pimentel stuff, it's rad. It's an actual watercolor painting on a wood block with a figure taped to it. They're awesome. I got too many of them, and you guys will see more soon. So, Frankensteiner Danbury, that's a good one. William, no Spawn covers, no Spawns. There was 12. Yes, Jamie, there's 12 of these covers. So we are on number 5 now. That's the Andrea cover. Oh, man. Andrea. Loved that character. She was so good. She's so good. Finchfest is in full effect with Dan Peterson in the house. Definitely. Anthony wants to know, with the Oblivion Song done, Kirkman has a new book in the works, right? Right? I think so. I'm pretty sure you'll find out here. You'll find out here on Skybound.com. We'll let you guys know what's going on. But no leaks. No other information out there for you guys. So black and white, number 5, $99.99. These are our leftovers. So if you guys are missing to fill in that Walking Dead Deluxe second print collection of the foils, we got them all here for you. We're going to get through the way. We're going to get them all in the mix. All in the mix. Number 6, Shane. Oh my gosh, Shane. One of just such a good character. I loved him in the show, and I think Robert had talked about how in the show they were able to expand upon his story, because when they did The Walking Dead originally, he didn't know how long it was going to last, so we had to speed things up and get to the end of the Shane arc as fast as he could to hook people in. But being able to see John Bernthal on the show kind of expand that character is such an amazing thing. So, yeah, Dan Barry. One of Clutch's highlights was his first time there as a panelist. That's true. First time I was on a real or fake panel that Dan Barry set up, which was a game show about whether superhero storylines were real or fake, and I did not win. It was very close, but I lost in the end. So, Jose, was weird seeing Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne at San Diego Comic-Con, right? That was cool. They did a signing at, I think, Stern Pinball. They had Todd McFarlane there. Really awesome stuff. It was super cool to see them. I heard they had like 1,000 people in line for that signing, which was crazy. Banana sauce. So, yeah, pretty cool. Joseph, so much exciting news in the Walking Dead universe. Absolutely. The fact that we're going to get the Negan and Maggie show is going to be rad, and then we're going to get a Rick and Michonne show. Like, where did that come from? That is so stellar. I'm excited. Give me more Walking Dead right into my blood, into the veins. Let's go. Next one up, number 7, Tyrese. Oh my goodness gracious, Tyrese is one of my absolute favorite characters. It is just his debut in the book was just out of nowhere, and then what he turned into and what he became was amazing. So, love seeing it so much. Walking Dead number 7 was such a great issue. Mom and Dad, Shawn, I'm getting a workout. You got to be on. CBL does not rest for anybody. That's right, Sarah. Let's go. Pump, pump, pump. I love the air horn. We got to get this to Sam and the guys in the studio. You guys got to give them a real air horn so they can go. Bah, 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 bah. Dan Peterson said 1,000+ items signed by Todd and Ozzy, which is crazy, so crazy. Yeah, the new Walking Danbury, the Walking Dead anthology series sounds really interesting. That's going to be super cool. I expect that to be a pretty fun show. Yeah, a lot of great stuff. Michael, Big Clutch, who's your favorite comic character of all time? That's a good one. It's a twofer, maybe a threefer. I'm gonna go threefer, right? Tied for number 1, right? And it's probably gonna kind of give you I'm gonna date myself with this one, how it works, right? Wolverine, Grifter, Invincible. That's how it goes, right? Top 3 characters for me, period, hands down, ever. I love Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, all that stuff, but the ones that always connected with me growing up, Wolverine, I wanted to be Wolverine since the first time I saw Uncanny X-Men on the spinner rack at Thrifty's in Goleta, California. Grifter, when the entire Image world came together and Wildcats was there, Grifter was the character to me that stood out. Dan Peterson knows Checkmate Nights too. That's a good one. That actually goes, that would be right around the time as technically, Checkmate Night is not one; it's a bunch of different ones, but I'll let it slide. And then Invincible. I think I loved Invincible from the moment I picked up that book. So yeah, it connects. It's so good. Yeah, but Checkmate was awesome. I really I hope to see some Checkmate stuff in the future because I've got a lot of Checkmate art that I want to retire on. So let's get that DC world going. Let's add some more Checkmate. They need more Checkmate. Period. Shawn's like Invincible number 3. That's love. Walking Dead Deluxe number 8. This is our awesome Herschel. I love. No, that's Dale. That's Dale's hat. What am I? I'm a big dummy. So that's Dale. That was one of the first things we got to make here at Skybound when I started all those decades and centuries ago. But we got to make these awesome Dale, little bucket hats, and those are really fun to take to shows. And everyone, I mean, we sold a F ton of those bucket hats. I wish we had those. So. I wish we had those. Toby, that's a good point. Tyrese is one of the few from the comic series that on the TV that measured up to the books. I absolutely agree. I think Tyrese in the show was fantastic, and it definitely was really like it was a great translation of the character. And I think a lot of characters in the show did kind of merge with, or a lot of comic characters in the book merged to what became on the show. So it's a really interesting way to see how it all goes. So OG Dale. Wow. Love me some old Dale. Number 9. 9. What do we got? Oh. So good. So good. Number 9. These the introduction, I mean, just where the book went was such a good run. It just these early issues, like as you're opening up the world of The Walking Dead, right? And so you've got the survivors camp, you're locked into what they're doing, and then the world starts to open up bit by bit by bit, and you get to the Wiltshire estates and all this fun stuff, and then don't open, dead inside type stuff, and just it got brutal. William Daryl never got put in the comics. So sad. Definitely, that's how it goes sometimes. But we did get Dwight, which was a nice little homage, and turned out to be an amazing character on the show too, which is good. Michael Reyes, any San Diego Comic Con announcements are you excited for? So many. The stuff that got announced for all the Marvel series, I'm excited to see where that goes. It's just bananas that there's so much cool stuff on the horizon. I'm geeked hard for. I'm super geeked for Namor. I think it's going to be cool. I'm so excited to see what they do with it. I hope it all comes together and we get more stuff. And as the guys, I saw people talking about on Twitter today, like the fact that all the characters for like a revised Defenders are all now in the Marvel universe. So maybe we get a Defenders stuff going on. That could be really awesome. Excited for that. And yes, Julie is an amazing character. Thank you, Sarah. I was having a brain fart and you helped out. Number 10. Let's do number 10. There we go. That's my boy. Herschel. House of Dragons looks good too. Anthony's right. House of Dragons looks good. Daredevil. We're gonna get Daredevil. Give me more Daredevil. I need Foggy though. Give me some more Foggy. Didn't get to Dwight would be deaded, melted and then deadhead. That'd be pretty cool, actually. Maybe we'll have to do that for issue number 98 when he comes in the mix. That'd be pretty funny. Number 10s are up, 99.989 in the chat. So pick these up if you guys are finishing out your collection. Oh, good stuff. What else do you guys like? So besides Rings of Power, House of the Dragon, Daredevil, so many announcements. It's overwhelming at the show, which is, I think you guys all realize, like when you go to Comic-Con, they put all this stuff out there. It is. I don't know. You can never follow around because you're walking around the show, you're trying to buy stuff, you're trying to do stuff, then you're getting notifications on your phone. Shelby, Sandman, absolutely. I don't know how I forgot that. Did anyone see? This was awesome. I was at the Wildstorm 30th anniversary panel, and Jim Lee, Eddie Choi was helping out the CBLDF folks work out the auction and they're collecting art and stuff. And so J. Scott Campbell did a piece for that auction, or I think he gave away a thing at the panel. But Jim Lee did this dream drawing for Sandman, and then had Neil Gaiman wrote text on it, and it was ridiculous. They put it up at auction. I don't know what it sold for. I'll have to hit up Eddie and see what that went, but it was such a cool piece if you saw it on Jim Lee's site. So yeah, Paper Girls Day. Paper Girls. It is on. Watch it. Go check it out. I don't know if you guys saw these too, but they had the Image booth. I'm floating, guys. I'm sorry, I'm floating, but Image booth had these awesome. So Blackwing, which is a premium Japanese pencil company, they did these awesome Paper Girls designed pencils. They're awesome. These are great. They have like really cool like artwork on them and stuff. Can't really see it on the camera, but these were on sale at the Image booth, and these are super rad. And apparently, there's massive pencil nerds out there. Like these pencil folks are crazy about their pencils and the quality and all this stuff. And apparently, Blackwing is one of the top ones out there. So, congrats to the Image folks for putting that together. They look great. I made sure I bought them. I didn't buy them. I stole them. Anyways, next up, let's go. We've got the Maggie covers. These are number 11. Yes, Walking Dead Deluxe number 11s. Yeah, Brian said those are dope. And I think Shawn got 2 of those. Yeah, they're great. I had to pick them up. I don't know if I'll ever use them. I don't use pencils too much, but I think they're pretty great. Shawn wants to know, Army MP, they need to announce con appearances for the Walking Dead cast. Sam Whitaker, Tang Zombie at Comic-Con Liverpool and UK next November. That's really cool. Yeah, I need to go to a show with more of the cast. I miss those guys. So Walking Dead Deluxe number 11, $99.99. Yeah, Randy, we were hoping to hear more about Oblivion Song 2, but I expect it, all that stuff takes some time. So as we get closer to things materializing and getting in production, that's when all the news comes out. So expect to hear more of that down the line. And William's like, we need Invincible. It's coming, folks. It's coming. Next year, we're going to have a lot of cool announcements for Invincible, what we're doing with it. 20th anniversaries for both Walking Dead and Invincible next year. It's going to be massive. Check out Skybound on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, Tumblr, whatever else we're on. Social team, go make this stuff up, get this going. We will tell you guys what's going on with the 20th anniversary. There's going to be a lot of really cool stuff. We're working on some really cool stuff behind the scenes for CVL as well. So I expect it to be a big blast for the 20th anniversary. And so I expect Comic-Con 2023 to be massive. Bum, 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 bum. Good times. All right, let's do it. A lot of people have been waiting months and months for this one. Skybound CVL Walking Dead Deluxe number 12, second prints. Put him up. Put him up. Oh, Carol. Oh, so good. So good. Just the death of Carol in the issues. I don't know if you guys saw later on in I forgot the issue where she dies, and Dave Finch did the most ridiculous cover for that issue. It was just brutal, visceral when she lets the zombie bite her neck and she dies. Oh my gosh, crazy good, crazy good. So, Walking Dead Deluxe number 12. These are the color and the black and white versions. They are $99.99. This is the last one for the series. Whoa, there's some crazy stuff in the chat. Don't go to that game. Don't do that game. You don't want that. Naughty. Oh, Z Attack 87. Will that Skybound X25 be sold raw at C2E2 this year? If you're all going. So we're not going to C2E2. I'll give you guys a lowdown of this stuff. So we're not doing C2E2. Comic-Con just kicked our butts, and we're not doing more travel this year. We've got they are debuting, or I debuted it at on my Whatnot streams, but Whatnot is going to have more of the Tyler Kirkham Battle Beast covers for Skybound X25 available during their streams next week, and then we will have ours shortly after that too. So you'll be having the ability to get those books more soon. The Invincible, the Skybound X25 Maria Wolf cover. So we released we'll put the link in the chat again too, or you can find it on the collection link, but we did the Maria Wolf trade dress version in 9.8 for $99.99. So that's available now if you guys want to pick that up. There are 3 other trade dress versions for that. There is the black and white, there is the full art color, and then there's the foil. Those are going to be available soon as well. And what we're trying to do, and we've been asked up and down all around for mystery boxes. And so we are probably going to hold those off to do a massive Comics Vault Live mystery box, CDC graded mystery box slab thing. So we're going to put that together. Dan and I are we're talking about a lot of different stuff we're going to do. And so those will most likely be included in there. So when we have those, we will let you guys know. So I would be super stoked. Make sure you guys let's put the collection link, the 307 collection link back in the jam. So you can see it in the chat here, so everyone has a chance to take a look at stuff. We've got like 10 minutes left to go, so we're gonna do let's talk. You guys want to do some chats? You guys want to ask some? Oh, I got 4 minutes. My clock is way off. 4 minutes ago. Great. I was going super slow. So we have 4 minutes. I want to ask you your questions. We're going to talk about this stuff. Mystery boxes. Okay. Before the end of the year, we're going to have a bunch of mystery boxes. We're going to have mystery boxes for slabs. And we're going to do raw mystery boxes too. Mystery bags. I guess kind of bags. Boxes, bags, something. Ryan Otley did some amazing, really super cool reprints. He did new covers for issues number 8 and number 12. And I think number 8 was his first issue of Invincible. I am always out of focus because I got a big, fuzzy, dumb face. And my camera hates me. Hi, guys. Anyway, so we're gonna have those available too, and so we'll be putting those into the mystery bags. So yeah, you guys will know when we do it. When we do the mystery boxes, it's gonna take us a couple months to get all that stuff done and prepared. So it's just a lot of work for Dan and I, and Dan and Alex. So we'll get that when we can get that done. But hopefully before the end of the year, we'll have that lined up, and we'll let you all know when that happens, so you guys know what's up. Period. Good. Raw mystery books, as Dan says. We're also going to do raw. So we're going to have raw ones. We're going to have graded ones. All different price points for you guys. A lot of cool stuff. We're going to put fun stuff, crazy stuff, really cool stuff. Yes. Oh, Juniper and Balsam. Creepshow CVL variant. Absolutely. Yes. We're going to have a Creepshow variant. I'm super stoked. It's going to be great. CG once says mystery boxes are best for Christmas presents. They are absolutely good. So we'll make sure that Dr. Wolf, we don't know how many per box. We'll let you guys know when we get there, but we will make sure it's really, really good. These mystery boxes we will have. It'll probably be 3 slabs per box, and we'll make them cool. So you guys will know what's up. So you guys will have a chance for some really good stuff. So any special for Walking Dead Deluxe 50? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'll have to check with the folks over in editorial to see what they've got going on. Did the Maria Wolf sell out, guys? Michael Reyes. Graded Toys. Yes, Graded Toys. They are coming. They are at the new building. They're at the new warehouse. They are behind a bunch of other boxes though. So a lot of heavier boxes are in front of them. But yes, we've got some of those for sure. Oh, Invincible Toys. Yes, Invincible Toys. There's a lot more stuff coming out. We are also going to have the Tyler Kirkham, the Whatnot variants that we did with that. So we did a Whatnot action figure package for the figures. So we're going to do those, and we'll have those in this store at some point as well. So that's going to be super fun. I don't think we're doing any other mystery shirt bundles, Brian. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, those are really fun. I loved having those. Anthony wants to know Robert Kirkman private signings or CGC levels. Yes, 20th anniversary. We will be bringing back the labels for Walking Dead, and then we'll have some new ones for Invincible. We're going to lace that up. I was talking to Brittany from CGC over at Comic-Con, so that was pretty awesome. Looks like the Maria Wolf is not sold out, so let's throw that. Courtney, can we toss that back up in the picture so folks can see it, and we'll put the link in the chat again so you guys can see it. There we go. Put the link in chat, and then if you guys want to get these, and all these books are going to stay up through the weekend, at least the Maria Wolf until that sells out. But the Maria Wolf Skybound X 25 will be up through the weekend, and then the Skybound, the Walking Dead Deluxe copies will all be up through the end of the month. So everyone has a chance to get them if you're not here on the stream today, so you can go get the good stuff. That's what we do. It's so good. I love you guys. So we're gonna wrap this thing up. We got Paul says about 50 of the Maria Wolves left. So you guys want to get those now for a good price, because once these are gone, and they're going to be up on eBay, and they're going to be, it's going to be crazy hard to get them. So let your friends know, let yourself know if you want to get them, go buy them. It's good stuff. Great. Any chance we could ever see talent actor signed books? That's a great question, Shawn. That requires us getting back to shows and shows that actors are at, but I wouldn't expect it not to happen. So we'll see. Riley wants the next Whatnot show, probably 2 weeks, and that'll be after C2E2, and that'll be the one where we give away the Walking Dead #1, the Hyundai 9.6 variant. So that'll be there for you guys. We're going to do a giveaway with that, so we'll do a lot of promotion in front of that. So Whatnot, it's got a big thing for C2E2 next weekend, so we don't really want to get in front of that stuff, though we might do. Just follow me. You'll find out some good stuff. But anyways, check it out, guys. Thanks so much. I think we've got, Courtney, how are we on time? Short amount, 30 seconds left, I would assume. Let's wrap this thing up. Everyone, thank you guys so much. Everyone for coming out to Comics Live on Expo 3. This has been a great day. A couple good panels still coming up. I'm really excited to see the comics panel, but talking about 90s comics, because that's where I was, and I was supposed to be on the panel, but I couldn't make it, and so I'm really jealous. But anyways, thanks everyone for coming out again. Have a great weekend. We will catch you guys the next time. It's Comics Live. Bye.
here. Who'd have
Oh
thought?
my God, Andrew Ghai in the house.
Big Clutch killing it. We told you that
Big
we'd see
Clutch.
more of him today, and that was one of the biggest CVLs we have ever seen. He did not disappoint. There's tons of great stuff up there. You got free comic book day of Clementine #1, Skybound X25, and of course, The Walking Dead. So guys, do not miss out on all the deals that are going on right now through Monday. That's right. You only have a few days to act, so do it right now. Scan the QR code. Go find the deals. Buy the stuff.
I am not decisive. I need more time.
I'm sorry. They're going to be all.
I'm going to need 60-day plan.
You heard Clutch talking about it. They're going to be gone. Stuff's going to be sold out by the time that right now. We're already talking. There's already all gone.
It's all popular.
So make sure you guys check that out. And I'm going to ask you. Because once again, you are the comic book pro on the panel today.
Why, yes, I am. Thank you, Andrew.
What do you look for when you're looking to buy or expand your collection? Because there's obviously so many different things. I mean, break it down for me. Again, my verbiage, I'm just going to stop talking and I'll let you take over.
No worries. Also, they're called panels. 4 panels per page.
Unless it's a one big panel.
That's true. That's a full-page splash. Are you taking notes? Come on. Yes, please.
Page
anyway,
splash.
class. That's a really good question because that was an incredibly impressive selection of variant covers, CGC graded comics. I mean, he came through huge. That absolutely was one of the biggest comic book vault.
It's hard to say.
It's one of the.
No, we're getting booed.
No!
Comics
Already?
Vault
we have
Live.
hours to go. My self-esteem is taking a nosedive. That was like such an impressive selection.
Yeah.
The great thing about these collections is that every collector has something different that they like.
Okay. What do you go for?
Well, I like the creators. I like the artwork. And you know what else I like? I like when there's a maximum amount of blood splattered all over that cover. And he had something very special for me today. Also, what I really like is, I know it's gimmicky, or some people try to sell it off as gimmicky, but I love like the gold logo.
Okay.
That's super cool to me, because it's just different. It sets it apart. It's flashy, sure, but it like catches the eye. I also really love the line of David Finch covers that we have going on, especially for The Walking Dead. The half and half.
Yeah.
You have these like fan favorite characters, these characters that we've been living with for years and years and years on TV and in comics. We're so attached to them, we're so invested in them, and then we get to see some of them for the first time, what they would look like as a vampire. As a zombie. I was thinking of Impact Winter. It was #1 on Audible Fiction.
I love the foils because it throws back to, like you heard me talk about at the top of the show with Pokemon, right?
Yes.
I mean, so whenever I see those cool foil covers or the gold ones, I'm like, all right, okay.
I feel like for a certain generation, it like brings out this Pavlovian response to like the foils. Like,
oh, that's
the
exciting.
foils. Come on, baby.
So just remember, everything on Comics Vault Live is free shipping and handling, and they are going very, very quickly. I said handling this time, so
wow. We'll see how that goes.
And a big shout out to Big Clutch once again. And talk about other people who were, moderate fans of Brian Huntington's going to be heading up this next panel here. Skybound's own
Brian Huntington. Listen to the cheers, especially from Brian Huntington himself.
Yeah, mainly just cheering for himself.
That's a man who loves himself. And we love to see that. You
voice.
got to back yourself 100%. Am I right?
You're 100% right.
Thank you very much.
I'm trying to hop on that train. So coming your way right now, we have Skybound Comics Roundup. We got a great panel, as we said. It's going to be headed by one of our very favorites here in the studio. You guys are going to want to check this out right now.
welcome to our Skybound Comics Roundup. I'm your mod with the bod, Brian Huntington. I am here with Alex Anto, Morgan Perry, Amanda LaFranco. Let's do intros. So, Morgan, do you want to intro yourself? Tell everybody what you do at Skybound.
Sure. I am the brand manager on the editorial team here at Skybound, which means that I do everything to support what Amanda and Alex do and their books, as well as the creators for marketing, publicity, sales, events, anything and everything that isn't actually editing or creating the books. Just support character.
That's not true. You're a main character to me.
Oh, thank you, Alex.
Alex, who are you and what do you do?
I should not be drinking as I'm introducing myself. Hi, I'm Alex Antone. I'm a senior editor at Skybound. I'm in charge of the Skybound Comet imprint, which is our young readers imprint, and I also do other stuff like Kickstarters and regular old comic books as well. So nice to be here with the mod with the bod.
Amanda, go for it. You're up.
Awesome. I am Amanda LaFranco. I'm also an editor here at Skybound. I work really closely with Alex and our editor-in-chief, Shawn Makowitz, running primarily our single-issue stuff that runs in comic book shops. I work on Firepower and The Walking Dead Deluxe, among a bunch of other titles, some that we're going to talk about today. So.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here today. I apologize. We were supposed to do this all live in the studio together, and I was looking forward to seeing you guys. And then I got COVID, so we delayed the expos just a little bit.
We've all been there at this point. So
this is our comics roundup. So last expo, we did like a games roundup, and then I really liked it, and I wanted to do a comics thing. If everyone doesn't know, I'm Brian Huntington. I'm the VP of Online Content at Skybound, so I kind of oversee the expo and the website and all that stuff. So when we were thinking about who we would get to moderate this panel, I was like, well, I want to moderate it because I really love our comics and I like this team and I don't get to talk to you guys enough. So thank you for doing this. And yeah, I think today we'll kind of try to cover basically everything we're doing in the comic space. So the big thing, obviously, right now, Skybound X came out last week. If people do not know, Skybound X is an anthology comic that we put out. The idea was to do a really kind of cool look at everything Skybound does for our 10th anniversary, which was going to be 2020, and then this little pandemic hit us and knocked everything we had planned for 2020 like off kilter. We had all these really big plans. So anyway, Skybound X came out last year, right? Is that right at this point?
Yep. Just in time for our 11th
it was really cool.
year.
It's just in time for our 11th year, but we called our 10th anniversary Skybound X, the X being 10. Also, by Skybound Xpo, it's called the Expo, not the E-Expo. Anyway. And then, yeah, this year we have Skybound X 25 coming out, which is a fun nod to Image Comics past. But Morgan, do you want to give us kind of the overview of kind of like what the idea is with Skybound X 25?
Yeah, so Skybound X 25 is kind of a little bit of a throwback to the image printing of old. So we had a little bit of fun there, but it is kind of jumping forward a little bit. So Skybound X includes stories like the reuniting of Robert Kirkman and Ryan Otley for the return of Battle Beast, which is really cool. So all you Invincible fans will get to see the really awesome Battle Beast back in action again. And then it also introduces new series that we have coming out later this year, as well as into 2023, with your first look at Scurry by Max Smith, as well as Chroma and Dark Ride, which Alex and Amanda are going to talk about a little bit more in depth. But it's definitely a place where you can kind of get your first taste and get like super hype about all the cool stuff that Skybound's coming out with later this year. But do it in the summer.
Right, so you get an
it's
early
a window into the future. It's a window into the future.
It's like Christmas in July.
Yeah.
Right, it's out now. Skybound X number 25. Don't be confused by the 25. There's not 24 other issues. You're not missing out.
Yeah,
Get last year's Skybound X. And yeah, you'll get to see those comics. Morgan, tell us a little more about Chroma.
Oh yeah, so Chroma is Lorenzo De Felici's creator-owned series. You might know him from Oblivion Song. He's the awesome artist on Oblivion Song, and it's his. He's writing and drawing this series, and the only way I can kind of describe it is like super like visceral, emotional color journey. So you kind of are dealing in a sci-fi world with a society of people that don't really believe in color, and their entire world is in black and white, and it's kind of a little bit of commentary on, those kind of archaic views, and you have to follow a creature which turns into a little girl. She's got heterochromia, and then the entire adventure of her kind of leaving that city and seeing everything that is beyond the walls and all of the color and wonder that's there. Truly a beautiful book, and I cannot wait for it. There's something, just like I said, so visceral about it, that's just unlike anything that I've seen in comics in a really long time.
Yeah, Lorenzo's awesome. Oblivion Song is probably one of my favorite projects that we've done. Hopefully we'll see a movie maybe at some point for Oblivion Song. So I'm excited for Chroma. Lorenzo's just, I don't know, an absolute animal. If you don't follow him on Twitter and stuff, his artwork is just crazy. So.
He took a big swing with this, and I think he hit a grand slam. So there you go.
It's a beautiful book.
Stunning.
It's beautiful.
It looks amazing.
Alex, thank you for delivering that like a pull quote. We all appreciate it more than I appreciate that.
You got it. Feel free, use that, whatever you need.
If you've been watching the entire Expo, today, hopefully you saw our Dark Ride panel. So if you haven't hit that rewind button on YouTube to go back to it. But Amanda, for people that do not know about Dark Ride.
So Dark Ride's fantastic. I am so loving the world that Josh and Andrei are building out again as kind of their follow-up to Birthright. And Dark Ride is kind of the scariest place on earth. It's set in an amusement park with a very haunted past. And kind of if Walt Disney had made a deal with the devil to start Disneyland. So it's the story about a family and their legacy and kind of the next wave of what that looks like, but also the fallout of what this means for park goers who really just want to enjoy some scares and some thrills, and who end up getting much more than they bargained for in that. So it's fantastic. I think Andrei talked a lot on the panel, but it's really fun to see him kind of developing this world. And obviously Josh has thought so much about this and has put in so much time and research and energy into it. Amusement parks are something that he really loves. And so you can definitely see that coming through here on the pages. It's very fun.
Yeah, I remember
Dark Ride's.
No, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying, like, Dark Ride's like my favorite book that like we're going to be putting out towards the end of the year. Like, if you like Bendy and the Ink Machine and like Poppy's Playtime and like those kinds of like weird messed up horror games, like the monsters in this look just like that. And I'm like, I could not stop typing to Amanda how much I love this.
Yeah. No, I was like, when I first talked to Josh about the series too, like I was like, oh man, this is like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, but like amped up to 11. Like it's like the actual horrifying version of the end of that ride, which is already horrifying. So like, yeah, it's super fun and super scary in tandem with that. Sure to shock you at the end of issue 1 for sure.
Yeah, Josh loves theme parks so much that him and Shawn Mackwitz had a secret Disneyland meeting. So I'm still angry. And
I'm waiting for my Disneyland meeting. So
I think we just do it. I think we do a comics roundup panel Disneyland trip.
Great.
And then I believe the last story, or not last, but the last we haven't covered yet. Scurry is also Skybound X. Alex, do you want to talk about Scurry?
It might also be last in the order of Skybound X stories, so you're good. Yeah, Scurry. Scurry is an amazing webcomic by Max Smith that's been out for a long time. It has a big audience online. And we're so pleased that we're able to put out his first book in the book market next year, February 2023, Scurry, the complete collection. It's going to be in bookstores everywhere. But before we get to that, we're doing a special 12-page prelude story in Skybound X that just kind of introduces this world a little bit and the main character, Wix, who's the scavenger mouse. In this world, it's a world where humans have sort of mysteriously disappeared. It's a post-apocalyptic world, and the story focuses on a group of house mice, a colony of house mice that are sort of struggling to survive and find food in this new world. And so this scavenger Wix has to venture beyond the safety of the neighborhood and into the forest, where he meets lots of other creatures, friend and foe, and goes on this big adventure. It is a stunningly beautiful comic. If you check out the art, it is as we've spoken about other great artists that are doing work in this anthology, like Nothing You've Ever Seen Before. Mac is a video game concept artist during the day. This is his first full graphic novel, and if you're if you've ever played any Blizzard games, I know that the Mac has been heavily involved with a lot of stuff there. So it really is an amazing looking comic that I think is safe to say is very unique in the space. It's a middle grade book as well, so it's for ages 8 to 12 and above. It's a wonderful book, and we're really pleased to add a small sampling to Skybound X.
I mean, it really does look great. I love stories where the camera's really like brought down to that like smaller scale and the world gets like blown
Oh yeah.
up, so.
I'm also like I was a huge Redwall fan as a kid.
Yeah.
And so like Redwall, then Mouse Guard, and now I'm like, oh great, it's the things I love, but now I get to have it in a post-apocalyptic setting. This is fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
the
know.
Stakes are very high.
Like mice and rodents are just the best, like, I don't know, protagonists for some reason.
They make great characters, yeah.
They really do.
There's a VR game called Moss that's fantastic if you guys haven't seen that. But, yeah.
Secrets of Nim, it's all kind of in that realm. And it's
Talk about
really
movies that terrified me as a child.
Wait, that's a whole other panel. We don't think it into.
That's a whole panel. Let's do a Secret and Nim panel. I'll moderate.
Actually, I think we should do a movie that terrified me as a child panel. So,
That'd be great.
I mean, I do run the Expo, so if you guys want to do that, you can let me know, and we'll make that happen.
Yeah.
You can make that happen? Sweet.
Great.
Sweet. I mean, so that's basically Skybound X. It is out now. Go to your comic book shop, ask for Skybound X 25. Hopefully they still have issues left, or copies left. But I think, Alex, you're talking about Scurry. I think it's a good segue into Skybound Comet, which has been a really big thing for us for a while, but it launched this year, 2021, with Clementine. Why don't you tell everybody kind of what Comet is and kind of what our purpose is with that?
Sure. So Skybound Comet is our young readers line, and we're defining young readers as basically anywhere from middle grade to YA. So 8 to 12 is middle grade, YA is sort of 12, 13 plus. And it's really our opportunity to do what we do and make comics in the way that we make them, in the genres that we make them, but for a younger audience than we normally are reaching. So it was really born from that. I think a lot of us either really were inspired by the sort of young readers content already out there in the book market, and also I myself have a 4.5-year-old that is starting to read, and I'm going to want to have some books for her to read very soon. So I think we were all really excited to sort of branch out into a new space and do these young readers graphic novels. And the first of which, we have our first year has already been announced. Our first book is already out, Clementine by Tilly Walden, which takes place in the world of The Walking Dead and follows the character Clementine from The Walking Dead video games. And it's amazing. I love it. It's done really well so far. I'm really, really pleased with the reception. And yeah, Tilly Walden is amazing. She really knows what she's doing, and I'm excited. For those who have read it, I'm excited for it to continue and to continue the journey. I was just reading book 2 today, so I can't wait to talk about that eventually. But book 1, I think exceeded all of our expectations, and I think we're really excited about Clementine's future. But beyond that, do you want me to go into some of the other books? Is that should I just keep going?
Just keep going.
Keep going. All right. So that's June. That's already out. That's already passed. Our upcoming first middle grade book is called Everyday Hero Machine Boy, which is about a robot boy that falls into this society called Mega 416, which is sort of this anthropomorphic animal society, and he falls to Earth and gets his heart activated in this initial conflict with this guy named Karate Grandpa, and sort of once his heart is activated for the first time, he turns over a new leaf and decides that he wants to become a hero. I would call it, a Pixar-ish adventure that will rip your heart out, but is also very influenced by, Astro Boy and Miyazaki and even like Steven Universe. It's Iron Giant would be another great sort of. It's a soup. It's a real soup of good stuff, and Trivong and Irma Knievel just did an outstanding job. already got some starter views, so I cannot wait for people to read this book, because it is maybe one of my favorite middle grade books of all time. It's really, really wonderful. And then our final book in the first year of Skybound Comet it's called Sea Serpent's Heir, which is the beginning of another trilogy. And this is a story about a young girl named Ayala who discovers that she is the reincarnation of a world-destroying sea serpent that is destined to destroy the world, and she has to sort of decide if she's going to fulfill her destiny or not. She's been living on this island, sort of away from everything, sheltered for most of her life, and then suddenly, when her quote-unquote knight in shining armor shows up, he's actually there to kill her. So it's an awesome, high stakes, high fantasy, high seas adventure, and how many highs can I work in there? It's very, very wonderful. Again, Margaret Scott, Pablo Tunica did a fantastic job building this world, and it just gets deeper and deeper and crazier as it goes on. But at the end of the day, it's really a story about a girl who's growing up and trying to figure out where she belongs in the world. And I think it will be very relatable to young people, and also people who have been young, which is everybody. So that's Sea Serpent's Heir.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say a few things, and one of those speaks to your last point, which is, while Comet has kind of this intended audience, and they're accessible and kind of aimed at a younger audience, like these books are like so good that me, as an older man, I don't want to say how old, but I love them. I mean, Macwit sent me the first part of Everyday Hero Machine Boy before the Skybound X last year. He sent me like the first part of the OGN because he knew I'd like it, and I was like, this is so good. And then when I read the full thing, I was like, this is like, it goes so far beyond like what it starts out as, and into this kind of almost like Scott Pilgrim-ish type journey, and it's just like, I don't know, it's like so much fun.
Very video game influenced.
Yeah,
it's awesome. I agree.
But still able to make me cry, which I was like, man, the last book that did this was like Murder Falcon. What the hell? Skybound's just publishing books that make me cry.
Don't get me started on Murder Falcon, because that's an entire other panel.
It's the best. I want all books that I make to make people cry. Yeah. So this is.
And then Sea Serpent's Heir, which I was like, this is not really my demo. And then I read it, and I was like, first of all, it looks.
This is my demo.
It looks so good. Sea Serpent's Heir looks like kind of like the Disney movie you always wanted, like an aged up Disney movie kind of, where it's like it's like kind of, I don't want to say cartoonish because I think that undersells it, but that artwork is just like.
Margaret described Pablo's art as sort of like a Jim Henson inspired world, which I thought was pretty.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a fun story.
I get like great like Treasure Planet vibes from Sea Serpent's Heir, which is like one of the best Disney animated movies in my opinion. So like, yeah, it definitely hits on all of that.
Yeah.
All of that great.
Did it scare you when you were a kid? Can we add that to
No, Treasure Planet was not a film that scared me as a child.
Okay. We'll remove that from the discussion later.
Yeah, that can.
There's a new Netflix movie out called Sea Beast that also kind of has some of that vibe, where it's just kind of like very ocean-based world, but everything's kind of nautical themed and like looks really cool and like really well designed. So yeah, I mean, I think those books, even though they're aimed at kind of this younger audience, again, they're definitely all ages books, and kind of like the way Pixar and like Disney movies are accessible to younger viewers. Definitely, no matter what your age is, I think these books are super awesome, super enjoyable.
I think the key, and maybe what you're picking up on too, is I think the key to making really good young readers books and books for kids is not speaking down to kids. And I think, adults obviously would pick up on that as well, and it would feel like this is being toned down. This is being served to me in a way that sort of doesn't respect my intelligence. And I think all three of these books definitely respect the reader. And yeah, I think that's what makes it sort of appealing for kids, because it feels like you're reading up. It feels like that you're reading something that you're sort of reaching towards. And then for adults, it's just a good book.
Yeah. We're running short on time a little bit, but so we're gonna speed around through.
Stop talking.
We're gonna speed around through all of our current titles, which are all awesome and available now. Who wants to say something really quickly about Lego Garmadon? Ninjago Garmadon.
I can chime in. So we're coming into our final 2 issues of the Garmadon series. It's really exciting. Everything's kind of been building to these. Garmadon has just gone into his showdown with the Sons of Garmadon, who have now rescinded their allegiance to him. So it's really exciting, and we definitely have more Lego stuff on the way next year.
Can we say that? Are you allowed to say that?
I don't know. Should I have not said that?
I think you
it's
should
coming.
say it.
They kind of
It's awesome. It's been awesome.
I didn't say what's coming.
It's been awesome working with Lego. Everyone here has been so excited.
Yeah.
That when
A big exclusive here at Skybound Xpo.
You heard it here first. I'm gonna tell Shannon when we're done, and she's gonna yell at me.
Yeah.
No, I mean Lego's been awesome to work with. Everyone here is like a huge Lego fan, so it's been really cool to put Garmadon together, see that come together. It's just a ton of fun. I Hate This Place. Who wants to talk about the amazing book I Hate This Place?
Me, Kyle Starks, Artyom Topolin. They're killing it. I've been so happy. This was one of my favorite books even before I was the editor on it, and now I'm the editor on it, and it's a joy. It's extremely scary. If this was a movie that came out during Amanda's childhood, it would have scared her as a child. And no, it's fantastic. It's called I Hate This Place. It's also called F This Place. No swearing on this one.
We're out of the comment section.
It is truly scary. All right, cool. It is truly scary, and one of Kyle's best books, and I've been a fan of Kyle for a long time. So, that's my pitch.
Yeah, so that book was called F This Place, and then it was ruining our spam filters, so we changed the title so that our emails would actually get through.
You can have either book though. You can order either one.
Stillwater, another amazing title.
Stillwater, if you've been sleeping on Stillwater, like now is the time to pick it up and catch up. We're kind of building to the final arc. The rules are changing. The game is changing. Everything you thought you knew about Stillwater is kind of being thrown up for question, and we're finally figuring out the background behind the stillness. So again, if you somehow have been sleeping on Stillwater for the last 12 to 13 issues, now is your time to dive in and catch up before the season or the issue ends.
Manifest Destiny I can actually speak about. This started when I was actually still pretty new at Skybound, almost like 9+ years ago, whatever. One of my first duties for San Diego Comic-Con was to design the poster for Manifest Destiny that we were giving away as promos. So Manifest Destiny is kind of this alternative history take on the Lewis and Clark journey, and what if they were sent into the West to study and destroy the monsters that populated the American frontier. So it's been a super fun book, a super fun journey, and we are actually wrapping that up very soon. So if you haven't checked out Manifest Destiny, go get the trades.
Longest running current Skybound book, I would imagine.
I think so.
That sounds right to me. That sounds right to me. Yeah. So go pick that up. I'm sure the trades are probably on sale.
If it's lasted for this long, it must be good.
It must be good. Matthew Roberts is the artist on that. He's amazing. Chris Dingus is the writer. He's also awesome. So go check that out. Morgan, let's put you on the spot, and why don't you talk about Firepower a little bit?
Okay. That's actually the one that I'm trying to catch up on. So I know. I've had a lot of reading to do, Brian. So Amanda, you're going to have to help me.
What about the dragon? What about the dragon? That's my question.
I know, the dragon actually pulled me in. I was like, there's a dragon here? Let's go.
There is a dragon.
That's why you just got to start at the beginning.
It's out now, Brian. People can see it on shelves, on their covers.
I know.
The dragon is alive and well, or maybe not well.
Gotta read it. Gotta read it to find out.
Gotta read it to find out. Firepower is also building up towards a huge finale. The last 2 issues of this story arc will be out in August and September, and then we're coming back in 2024 for the big showdown. I don't know how after 24 issues I'm still surprised at how Chris Samnee is able to draw characters and worlds and action sequences like crazy, but he is, and him and Matt are just doing a fantastic job, and Robert lets them have room to play on the page, and it's just fantastic. It's a spectacle for the eyes. That's my pull quote. Firepower is a spectacle for the eyes.
Write it down.
And then one of our fresher titles, Skybound presents After School.
That one I can actually talk about.
Go for it.
A little bit more. So After School, Skybound Princess After School is an anthology series here at Skybound. So each issue is done by a different creative team and features a different standalone story, kind of in the vein of the After School special, but kind of after school specials for adults. So little Goosebumps-esque, a little bit Fear Streety, like that kind of vibe. 2 issues are going to be out as the Expo is released. So pick up issue 1 if you haven't already. Issue 2 will release on July 20th. And that features the story of the Storkening. It's fun. I love anthology series where I can follow the story a little bit, but then I also have like singular issues that I can go back to, because I think those are always what you can do in 12 pages or 24 pages is incredible in terms of visual storytelling. And I think these teams really knock it out of the park.
Yep, agreed. Impact Winter. That is out now. Yeah.
Impact Winter on shelves now. Yeah, check it out. It's a prequel series to our really awesome podcast, Impact Winter, and it's a standalone story. You can follow it. You can get excited about it on its own. It follows the main character Darcy as her kind of first journey out into the world since the Impact and since vampires have come around. So.
Yep. Impact Winter is our Audible narrative series that we did with Amazon Audible. It's been a huge hit. It's super awesome. Kind of new territory for us, so it's really cool to kind of put that out there and see the world really respond to it. So the comic is a great place to jump in.
It's awesome. It's my favorite audio drama that exists. I really love it. I'm not kidding. I really love it.
So check out the comic, and then I believe the series is actually on like iTunes, not iTunes anymore, but Apple Podcasts, Spotify. It's everywhere now. So.
Yeah, you can kind of get it anywhere.
Yeah. Awesome. And the Walking Dead Deluxe, we don't even need to talk about, because if you don't know The Walking Dead, then what
are you even doing here?
It's in color.
It's our colorized version of The Walking Dead. We're
Yeah.
releasing 2 a month. David Finch.
Awesome variant covers.
Doing,
Beautiful
new
variant
for every
covers.
single
Yes.
issue. I mean, oh my god, the series is bad. That's the one. But it's incredible. And then with just a few minutes left, so really quickly, Alex, please tell us really quickly what's going on with Kickstarter, and just what's the deal? What's the deal?
Oh gosh.
What's the deal?
What's the deal? What's the deal with Kickstarter? Jerry Seinfeld. So we just finished a Kickstarter called Good Comics. Well, it's called the Extra Fabulous Experience. Extra Fabulous is the another name for webcomic creator Zach Stafford, who did his first book, Good Comics for Bad People, and it's incredibly filthy and incredibly funny, and has lots of very crude humor and bodily fluids, and it's a whole thing. So definitely recommend checking it out. Eventually, it will be coming out in bookstores, but for now, if you didn't back it on Kickstarter, I guess you missed your opportunity.
You missed out.
But we've got more good stuff in the realm of comedy webcomics coming. We also did Mr. Levenstein last year, and that book Failure is coming out in the fall of this year, November. So really great webcomics creators. Perfect impulse buy bathroom book kind of things, which has always been my dream to make a bathroom book. I'm not even kidding.
Put that on the cover.
It's really wonderful.
Impulse bathroom buy.
Yeah, I mean, it's been cool seeing you guys find kind of these creators that have these like really great online presence, and like how can we package these books and put them together and get them out to fans on the mass market. So
yeah. Exactly, and it's connecting them with their audiences in a way that allows Skybound to do what we do and them to do what they do, and it's been a really good partnership.
We're probably gonna go like a minute over. Courtney's gonna yell at me, but that's okay. And then coming out, I want to hit Creepshow really quickly, because Creepshow was a big part of my growing up, the movie and these old comics, and relaunched as a series somewhat recently.
Did it scare you when you were a kid?
Yes, but I watched everything when I was like 5, because I had an older sister, so I was watching like Alien and Poltergeist and The Shining, and it all mixed together. So E.T. was as scary to me as The Shining was. So
there you go.
But yeah.
Well, let me tell you about Creepshow the comic. It's a return to form for the classic Creepshow series, told anthology style. It's a horror series with the creep showing up at the beginning of every issue, and it is by an all-star roster of really the industry's best talents. And we can't be more excited about this series. It's been great to work with Greg Nicotero, and who developed the series for Shudder, and we've got an amazing roster. Paul Dini, Chris Burnham. They're kicking things off, but just go down the list. There's too many people to list, but it is really an all-star roster of talent, drawing incredibly creepy and disturbing things. And I can't wait for people to check it out.
Chris Burnham's a madman, so if he doesn't draw some really gross stuff, I'm going to be disappointed.
He's doing all the covers as well, so you can get the full set of 5 covers by Chris Burnham.
I can say Chris's story is very visually gross.
And then
it's very visually gross, and it's awesome.
Halloween themed, appropriate.
Mm-hmm. And then it's Paul Dini of Batman Animated Series fame, correct? So that's
right. Yeah, Paul Dini. It is. I really should have listed some more creators here, but yeah.
Well,
Paul Dini and Stephen Langford. John McCrae is drawing his story. John McCrae is incredible. David Lapham. I got a list now. We're good. David Lapham, Steve Orlando,
Erica Henderson,
Steve Fox, Kelly Jones, Erica Henderson, Danny. It's gonna be great. It's gonna
awesome.
be great.
I think we're short.
I don't have a poll quote other than it's going to be great.
It'll make you puke.
So. it might make you a little nauseous.
Okay, great. So I think we're pretty much out of time. So I want to thank you guys. Let's just go around. Morgan, where can people find you online if they want to find you? And they do. Trust me.
Sure. If you want to find me, I'm mostly on Twitter at Goda, GEAUXTA. So come find me there if you want to talk about comics and anime.
Amanda, where can they find you?
Primarily on Twitter, but I will come in and out of the Twitter sphere at any various intervals. So you can find me at It's LaFranco.
It's LaFranco!
And she will respond only to F1 questions.
Yeah, talk to me about Formula One and any comics you like. I don't know.
Formula One.
That's what I like to talk about now.
Alex, here you go.
Alex_Antone on all your social media platforms. Find me
Very
if you
complicated. I'm at Not Zombies, not as intuitive as the others, but I'm at Not Zombies. And then be sure to follow at Skybound on Twitter, and you can hear about all this stuff directly from our amazing social media team. Thank you guys so much for having this talk. I'd like to do this again. We can talk about more comics and get more in depth on everything we're doing. So this was a lot of fun.
We don't even have to record it. We could just talk.
Yeah, we can just talk. We just do a meeting.
Everybody go to comic book shops. Go to comic book shops
Brian.
and ask for Skybound Comics. They'll hook you up. So enjoy the rest of the expo. Thank you, everybody. Thank you guys for joining me today. And we'll talk soon. Bye-bye.
Hi, y'all.
Bye, Brian. Bye, Bod with the Bod.
Man, one of the coolest things about the Expo is the inside look that you get here from our studio's very own Brian Huntington.
Yes, who's very quiet.
There it is.
Uh-huh.
He's just sitting there reveling in his glory.
To celebrate Brian's glory, I want everyone in the chat to try and guess Brian's favorite emoji. And if you correctly guess his emoji, he will interact with you. Wow!
Man, you are really leading it strong here.
Well, legal has me in a bind, so it's the best we can do.
If you haven't checked out Clementine Book 1, the Skybound store has an exclusive variant cover that you are going to want to add to your collection, and of course all the upcoming things like Everyday Hero Machine Boy and Sea Serpent's Heir, which both of them super awesome, and I had a great time reading Everyday Hero Machine Boy.
Super fun book. Look, I really loved once again seeing editorial talking about the comics they're developing with Amanda and Morgan and Alex. Alex, an old friend of mine and compatriot and collaborator. He saved my butt many times while we were working at DC. But I also just love hearing them talk about Skybound Comet. Not Skybound Comics.
Yes.
Skybound Comet. Like the thing in the sky. I love Skybound Comet because it's aimed at middle grade readers. You know, we have a lot of adult content from Skybound. Did you know that The Walking Dead was really gory?
I did know that.
It's very scary.
That is one thing I do know.
Yeah.
And I think that's and they even covered it on the panel, is they're making content for middle grade, not middle age, but middle grade readers, and and they're not like talking down to them. I think that's one of the things that happens a lot with younger people's content out there. Is it's more like you need to cater to them, but not patronize them.
Exactly.
And when I read Everyday Hero Machine Boy, I really love that part of it because it's fun. It has almost like a Pixar-y vibe to it. There's some
Yes.
touching moments. It's funny. It's got good comedy in there. There's also some heavy-hearted moments in there that I think is really, really important. It gets people like really engaged in the content. And then, of course, like there's some fun stuff. There's like a BTS-esque band in there that everyone's like obsessed with. I really loved it. I think the first issue that I got was like 198 pages or something like that. And I was like, all right, I got a lot of work I need to do. Maybe I'll read half of it. And I was like, you know what? I cannot put this thing down.
It's
I read the
bingeable.
whole thing. It's so good.
It's so bingeable.
Yeah.
And I love the way you put it in that these comics are aimed at middle grade, but there's so much for adults to love. I love Clementine. I think Tilly Walden is a genius. I think she's one of the most incredible comic creators working today. I'd read a book that she wrote aimed at a 6-month-old.
Right.
I don't know what that would look like, but I bet it would be fantastic.
Probably just artwork.
Exactly. I mean, it'd be brilliant. So I love seeing her doing a Walking Dead title. I love seeing her bring Walking Dead to another age group because you know what? Like you can't just. We love comics, right? And we love when new people come into comics and they find the things that they love. But it can't always happen that way. We have to get them while they're young.
Yeah.
We have to indoctrinate them.
board.
Exactly. We have to hypnotize them. So then they get a little older and they're like, well, let's check out this main Walking. Oh my God, it's very bloody in here.
Right. Yeah, and that was even something that they talked about a little bit on that wrestling panel when they were talking about like the Attitude Era and where wrestling has kind of evolved to now. And not saying that's exactly what's happening with comics, but it is cool, like you're saying, to grab them when they're young, show them like a different side of it, because that is one of the things about Clementine Book 1 is it's definitely different than I think a lot of people may have been expecting, but it is also opening their eyes to a different perspective of this character. And like you said, I think Tilly Walden is a genius. I know very little about her compared to you, but even just listening to her on that panel last Expo, a lot of the things she said, even like what I was talking about before, how she draws and then writes the dialogue later, it just stuck in my mind as a person that's like, it's always fun to look in the mind of like a brilliant creative and figure out their process and figure out the things that they speak to and the things that speak to them.
Yeah, and don't think I didn't notice earlier when you compared me to Tilly Walden. Thank you very much for that. I'll be soaring high on that for
I got
weeks.
gems for Sam every here and there.
But it really is amazing when we see that there's a comic market and there's a comic publisher, entertainment company, and readers that are going to support a wide range of comic content.
Yeah.
Can't all be the same, right? We don't all want hamburgers for dinner. Well, maybe some of you do, but you're freaks.
We all had hamburgers for lunch.
We all had hamburgers for lunch. Very different.
Well, and speaking of very different, when you go from Comet and Everyday Hero Machine Boy and Sea Serpent's Heir to something like I Hate This Place, which they were also talking about.
Yes.
Which I adore. And
God.
and part of it that I do love so much is that it is so incredibly rated R.
Yes.
Even with the title.
I hate this place. I hate this place. That's got to be a quote on there somewhere, right? On the cover. You can use it for me, Sam Humphries, Humphies. We hope you've been checking it out. Even if you haven't, there's some really amazing merch for I Hate This Place. Look, remember what I was saying? With the phone and the QR code, go a little scanny right now. Check out that merch. There's even an Eat Trash shirt. Eat Trash shirt. The shirt says Eat Trash. I can think of several people who might need that shirt. At least one of them is a very close friend of mine. So if you're a friend of mine and you're watching, I want you to think long and hard about whether you're that person, okay? If you don't know me at all.
Who it was.
Yeah, exactly. You know who you are.
Do you buy the Eat Trash shirt for yourself and then wear it whenever you hang out with them, or do you buy it for them?
I think I'm going to buy it for them, have it shipped directly to them, but not include a gift note, so they won't know who sent it.
This is kind of nice and kind of upsetting.
Unless they're watching Expo 3, in which case, please reveal yourself in the chat.
So these are some of the things that we love, some of the things that are coming down the pipeline for you guys from Comet and, of course, non-Comet comics alike. And also talking about comics that we all love, 90s comics coming down here in just a moment.
This is my game.
Yeah?
This is what I live for. 90s comic books. I love the 90s. Who doesn't love the 90s? We're about to have this incredible segment. So much fun. Comics fiends talking about their favorite comics from the legendary decade of the 1990s. And I can say legendary because the 90s are dead, except in our hearts.
That's right, that's right. So it's going to be a fun panel, and then I'm going to have to pick your mind about some of the inspiration maybe from 90s comics. So while we're watching this, you got to start thinking. Another great panel coming your guys' way right now about our favorite comics from the 90s.
What's up, Expo? Back with another update. I know I said the Kickstarter was going to be in July, but July got too lit. Too much cool stuff going on. And so instead, we're moving the Kickstarter to August, but I got a big update. Number one, let's talk about the book. The title is officially Takaro, the Last Dorok. And you're like, what's a Dorok? Well, that's Takaro's species. He's a Dorok. You didn't know that, but now you know. So excited to bring you this book. Think about E.T. meets King Kong, and then you get to go back to their home planet and explore that. The book's coming along amazingly. We're working on the cover. I got tons of artwork already going for it, and I'm working with my buddy Jared Rosello, a great artist, great writer, and we are putting together the dream fantasy alien monster project we've always wanted to see in one book. But that's not all. I got something else I want to show you. Bing! And there he is. Look at that. This is the Takaro figure prototype. I can't believe it's real. It's big. Look at this guy. He's huge. He's gigantic, fully sculpted, all the details. Everything is carved in to look exactly like one of my linoleum block prints. Fully painted. This guy, the prototype, you can see this head moves. But when the final one is done, you're going to also be able to move all 6 of his arms. You're going to be able to rotate him at the waist and twist his legs around. So 10 points of articulation. You're also going to be able to put his dome on. Look at that. It's going to have a little dome. So super exciting. This is going to be part of the Kickstarter as well. You'll be able to pledge for the specific tier that gets you not only the book, but also the first ever Takaro figure. So head to theattackpeter.com right now if you haven't already signed up for Kickstarter notifications. Put your email in and you'll be the first to find out anything when the Kickstarter goes live. Thank you guys.
The 90s Comics Edition. My name is Jessica Sang. I'm an international comics historian. I'm also this year's Eisner's 2022 judge. I've also been on AMC's Secret History of Comics. And basically, I believe that the title of this wonderful topic that we have totally explains itself. So here with me is Brandon and Shawn. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty great.
Yeah, nothing more than I love.
I'm very excited about this panel. So.
I think Brandon and I, we do this personally when we talk to each other. So now we just get to put that out
there. Yeah. This is like a lot of our phone conversations and lunches. So yeah, it'll be fun.
So tell us a little bit about who you guys are and what you are working on.
I am Brandon Thomas. I'm a writer and co-creator of Excellence, which is out from Skybound Image with artist Kari Randolph. I've also been doing a lot of stuff for DC recently, a lot of stuff in the Aquaman family, book called Aquaman, Aquaman Green Arrow, a lot of cool stuff over there. And I'm also writing a animated movie based on the Milestone universe, which was another staple of 90s comics. So that's who I am. That's what I got going on.
And I'm Shawn Mackwitz, the publisher of Skybound. I got to work on all the cool stuff that we do here.
You know, when I had said this panel is the I Love the 90s Comics panel, Shawn, I saw that you were a lot more muted, but Brandon, you were very excited. Or at least you were laughing. At least you were laughing.
I am very excited, yes.
You are very excited.
Yeah.
When you both hear the term 90s comics, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
a couple of things. For me, it's Tim Drake Robin, Image Comics, Star Wars Dark Empire from Dark Horse. I have a very specific memory of my very first time in a comic shop. It was a place called the Fiction House. My father took me there, and he used to love comics when he was a kid. And at the time, I was completely obsessed with cartoons and books. And so, I've never actually asked him how he knew that it was the moment that I was ready to be kind of thrown into this deep kind of comics pool. But it made me love comics. That's why I'm standing here. Some of those first trips to my first comic shop. And I just remember specifically, the stack that I walked out of that first comic shop with. I remember Star Wars Dark Empire #1 was in it. Spawn #1 was in it. And it was the second Robin miniseries, Robin 2, The Joker's Wild, issue 3. They didn't have 1 or 2, so I had to work backwards and find those in back issues. But I remember that so distinctly, and it became our monthly trip. So every month we would go to the comic shop. I had absolutely no spending limits, which was unheard of at the time for me. So I just got to go into the comic shop, and anything I wanted would go on the cash, go on the register, and I'd walk out with it. So it's pretty, it was a pretty fun time. It was a fun time and a fun way to be introduced to comics. And I was coming in at the perfect time because there were so many kind of, comics publishers and universes that were just getting started up around that time when I came in '92. So it was perfect. It was perfect timing for me.
Yeah.
So, Brandon, was your dad reading your stack, or were you swapping comics, or?
Okay, so we did it 2 ways. Okay, so I would come in, we would have 2 separate stacks. And his stack was the stuff that I didn't want. I still read it, but I didn't want it. So to me, his stack was the old school stuff, Green Lantern, The Flash, Fantastic Four. At the time, I was not at all interested in that. I for many years, I thought those were basically Dad's comics. Like I said, I would read them because I'm reading every comic that comes home. But when we go into the shop, I'm looking for, Batman, Spider-Man, or Image. Those basically the 3 things that I was just, on the hook for pretty immediately. But I would eventually come to appreciate Dad's comics, but there was a definite kind of divide where it was I don't want to read The Flash. Come on. I got Cyber Force here. What are you talking about?
What about you, Shawn?
Definitely X-Men. X-Men is kind of the place where it all started, and going in there. And we had I used to shop at this place called New England Comics, which is a chain in Massachusetts, and there was one in my town of Plymouth that's long since been shuttered. And the woman that worked there, Elise, was late 80s Gen X cool, and just was so accommodating, which was probably a very unique circumstance for shops during that time, and basically kind of guided us around. And I remember picking up, basically I wanted the comic that had the most characters in it. That's what I wanted. So I think maybe my second trip I got Infinity Gauntlet #1, which had every character on there. And then I think it was Wolverine 43, which had Wolverine and Sabretooth and Cable on the cover by Mark Silvestri. And I think that one's the one where Sabretooth says he's Wolverine's dad. And my mind was just blown. And so after that, it was just a pure addiction. My brother and I were both buying stuff at the time. So, he was more into the collectability. I was more into the characters. And, yeah, honestly, there have been a couple lapses in buying ever since, but by the end of the '90s, I've just been buying and reading, consuming, and making it my lifetime. So I'm glad it still brings a smile to my face. How about you, Jessica? What was do you remember your first trip to a comic shop, or what really got you into it?
The 90s for me, a couple things really strikes my mind. When I say 90s, immediately, I don't say it, but my friends will yell out, Ben Reilly. They were like, clone saga. That's not what comes first to my mind. It's basically the birth, image. But for me, the death of Superman and Batman Nightfall. Those were really, really big ones for me. And I was so young at the time, I went to Walden Books with my dad, and they had comics in the back. I didn't really take them as fiction. I kind of took them almost like newspaper. So it was that they were both kind of real to me. And I remember one time my dad came up to me and was like, "Did you know Superman's dead?" And I don't know if I could get security footage. Walden Books has long died, but it's a tiny me falling to my knees, screaming and crying, like in the back of a Walden bookstore with both my arms to the sky, screaming, because to me it was real, because to me it was a real character. So I really thought he had died, and then around the same time, Bane broke Batman's back. But I knew that he wasn't dead, and I was freaking out. And my parents didn't have the heart to tell me that they weren't real, because they were my heroes. So they never really wanted to tell me. And my mother still has them to this day, but it is letters that I had written to the Batcave at Gotham City, hoping that Batman feels better and that he recovers. And it's just like these really terrible handwritten children's letters that my mother has always said that she has sent out for me, but clearly didn't. But it was a way of them to keep my youth and imagination alive. But at the same time, those were the two larger events for me that really transpired in the 90s, because I felt to me at the time that they were very real. So I would write letters to Batman hoping that he felt better. And then I was really sad that Superman, I had little black flags because, I felt that he actually died. I would look in the sky. So that to me was such a huge part of my childhood in the 90s. And then at the same time, I also discovered Image as well at the local comic book store right down the street from Walden Books. And Main Street Comics really had a lot more Image, and they were telling me about how it's a new company. But again, to me, I saw it as a new newspaper company, a new story company that was coming. And then that's how I read a lot of Image as well. So
I was wondering if you were wearing that Superman black armband that they packaged with the comic
the
for
black armband.
A straight year,
I did to school, and then I cried in school because Superman's dead. But I was the only kid I was the only one that read comics in my class, looking back, right? But oh man, this is a Skybound exclusive story, because I don't think I've ever told any other than my close friends.
I understand why.
This story. So it's definitely one of those, It took me years to realize later that they are fictional. But it is.
That's great. That's great. I mean, when I was reading those books, I didn't know how comics worked, so I didn't realize that everyone was coming back. I didn't realize that they were just ultimately gonna fix everything. So I was like, oh wow, they really killed Superman. But to be honest, I think Superman was in my dad's stack of comics. So I was just like, whatever. But I was highly affected by Batman having his back broken. That was a pretty, horrifying. It's to this day, whenever I watch the movie, whenever I watch Dark Knight Rises, I just cringe at that scene. I just hate seeing it, even though, obviously it's not real, but I still have an emotional reaction to seeing, Batman get taken out by Bane. Even as an adult, even though it's been decades later, I'm still just I don't want to watch this.
Was that a surprise to you when you read the comic, or were you aware it was going to happen before you bought it?
I think I was aware because I might have started reading Wizard, so I think I was aware that there was going to be a new Batman with the new knife hand, which I always thought how's that gonna work? Why are his fingers so sharp? That's weird, but I guess it looks cool. But I was kind of aware, but I wasn't really steeped in the culture yet. So to me, it was still kind of how's that going to work? I mean, I was comforted. I still did, Tim Drake could still walk, so I was comforted on that level. But it was still just it was a pretty big thing. It was like my first like comics event.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize like how they worked yet.
Yeah, I remember, distribution was much better back then, and they DC especially would package up like a bunch of comics and put them into Toys R Us or different music stores. I think probably like Sam Goody. So I remember buying like the first.
Oh, I remember Sam Goody.
Yeah, buying like the first half of the Nightfall story, like as like a in a cardboard folder. And I think I already was aware of it, and that you couldn't get it in comic book stores at that point. And just those Kelly Jones covers, and
oh yeah,
there's just so many abs on those guys, but like not in a good, sexy way, more like a grotesque, Stallone and Rambo First Blood Part 2 way. So yeah, distorted view of masculinity was my takeaway from early 90s comics.
Yeah. But I love those artists like so much, like my entire like Norm Brayfogle, Jim Aparo. Even though I realize that Jim Aparo doesn't draw like the coolest Batman, I still love his Batman. And just those guys. Who else? Like Graham Nolan, like Tom Lyle was doing the Robin miniseries at the time. So I developed like lifelong attachments, to those artists, and that was a big part of what. To me, that was a big part of what separated Image from, the stack of what I would call Dad's comics. Like the art was just so much more like exciting to me. Like to this day, I mean, like Todd McFarlane is my favorite artist of all time. Like anytime I see a Todd McFarlane page, I just have like a feeling. It's like, this is right. Like this is how comics are supposed to look. And I've never gotten over that attachment to a lot of those characters, a lot of those artists. So
his work repulsed me as a child. Like I remember.
Really? Oh my god!
Like in the beginning,
I thought it was like the only thing that mattered.
Well, that issue, I don't know. I think it was Spider-Man 15, the X-Force crossover, was like my first like big exposure, other than probably posters.
Oh, okay.
But that that involved one. It was Sideways, which was cool. These big images, but like a big moment was Shatterstar sinking his double-bladed sword into the Juggernaut's eyes, and everyone just looked, compared to Rob Liefeld's characters, just amped up, and like everyone just looked craggier and more emotive, and it just was grotesque to me. And I think that's actually appeal of when you look at his Spider-Man villains or Spawn, definitely is like the grotesquerie and how wonderful his cartooning is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the words that comes to mind when I used to open and read it, I'd be like, oh, this is so extreme. And then little do I know that actually the term that people use, right? I had the foresight to say it, that even now people will be like, oh, the art was very extreme. It's more refined now. If it's the same artist, Jim Lee started out with a certain style and then over the years had kind of, to me, had refined. But the term that people do tend to use is, the 90s was so extreme. And then they would say, even down from the art, we love Image, we love X-Men, we love Marvel and DC. And when you were talking about only getting certain type of distributions at Sam Goody's, many friends would be like, did you collect the foil covers?
Yeah.
The foil variants as well, and the lenticular? Did you try to move it when you were at school? I personally am a sucker for marketing, so yes, I have all of them.
Yeah.
But I didn't know, how did you guys feel about that? Some people loved it, some people hated it.
Oh, I loved it. Hologram covers, lenticular, like polybag trading cards. Yes. I used to love those ridiculous like die cut covers, like the Shadowhawk 1 cover that had like the cutout foil, and I loved it. I loved all of it.
I mean, they had the Wolverine 50 where it looked like Wolverine slashed to the cover, and that was fantastic. And then I think the some would call it the Zenith, some would call it the Nadir, the Punisher with bullet holes shot through the cover. Punisher Warzone #1. I mean, listen, as a kid, like that was meant to get you excited. I understand how an older generation of fans that during that time would have been kind of completely flabbergasted and just like not into it. But that was actually a selling tool that woman Elise helped us, where we got there was a Ghost Rider 15, was glow in the dark, and I was, I don't know, 10. Yeah. And it just like felt like the coolest thing. And Silver Surfer 50.
It was the coolest thing. It didn't feel like it. It was the coolest thing.
My brother bought that and Silver Surfer number 50, which had the silver embossed Silver Surfer on the cover with Thanos like right behind him. And it was just like, we had actually come through the Marvel Universe trading cards, which had phenomenal artists drawing all that, and it was like characters drawing us in, and then led us into the comic book store. And it just felt like very alive. And it was a right confluence of talent, both, kind of who were no longer at the peak of their sales power, and this new generation coming in and really grabbing readers, especially through the X-Men line, that just got us excited, and that really powered me into Image. Though there's like a year gap in my mind where I don't know what happened between me stopping buying X-Men and then seeing all the Image books up on the wall that were like $10-20 that I just couldn't buy immediately. But Jessica, where did you start with Image? Like, I know Brandon said he got Spawn 1, but where did you naturally gravitate towards?
I did with Spawn, because when I was young, he kind of looked like, I'm going to use the term, a very extreme version of Batman, because he's got the whole look that goes on to him. Because I tend to gravitate when I was a lot younger to characters that looked like Batman, because I wanted to know a little bit more, which was one of the reasons why I still love to this day Black Panther with a cape.
Sure.
So when I had looked, that's kind of what made him different. Also, you get to hear the chatter inside of a comic book store. So people will be like, I love Marvel, I love DC, Batman, Superman, Captain America's great. But I really like this Spawn. I really kind of like this new character, and I would listen and be like, well, who is this new person? Like, who is this new, I say character now, at the time, clearly new person in the news. Yeah. Tell me more about him.
Well, they did, and then I would news.
Go. It did, it did. It just, that's why, just to jump forward recently when Captain America was shot and he had died, and it actually made it onto like ABC News and CNN. I'm old enough now, but I had a flashback to the 90s where I was like, oh, this must be what I felt like kids now felt like back then, because the characters were making onto the news. But Spawn was actually where I had started with Image as well. And it was wonderful to also have other comic book companies and other choices to read from, not just from the two at the time.
I think another big news story I remember was like the launch of Milestone. Like there was a lot of media around that. There's a point where like my parents were aware of it. Like I remember going into a different location of New England Comics in Brockton and buying hardware #1 that was polybagged with the trading card and the poster and all that. And that felt like to me as big a deal as Image did.
I mean, at the time, that was one of those things where, like, I wish I had known like a little more, because obviously my father was very excited about Milestone because he knew kind of the larger kind of context and implications behind it. To me, I hadn't discovered yet that there were like not that many Black characters and not that many Black creators in comics. So to me, it was like I was excited about Milestone, but not in the same way that I was Image for whatever reason. And that was one of those things that, like I said, I was reading all the comics. So even if they were mine or my dad's, I was still reading them. And most of the Milestone stuff was in his. Like, I feel like there were a couple of characters like Hardware. To me, like, Dennis Cowan's artwork on Hardware, like, I think it looked the most kind of Image to me. So that was the one where I was like, oh, okay, like I'm about this one. But like, it took me a little longer to kind of really fall into like Icon and Blood Syndicate. So it was one of those things where I kind of, like, if I could go back, I wish I could make myself like as excited about Milestone as I should have been at the time. But I was just kind of, there was a lot of different inputs coming in, and I was just, there were just certain things that kind of fell to the wayside, and I always regret that milestone. I had the stuff, but it wasn't like the same kind of fever pitch, like intensity that I was feeling about the early Image books.
Yeah. I would say, Shawn, over the years, I love more and more Savage Dragon, just because he had a dope name.
I'm rereading that now. Yeah.
He had a really dope name. It had dragon in it.
Yeah.
I love green. Green is one of my favorite colors. So definitely, Savage Dragon was also, Savage Dragon and Spawn were really kind of the big ones that really drew me in, especially in the 90s.
I do think Savage Dragon is probably, low-key one of the more important ones, just with the number of creators it's influencing, including, it was something that I used to buy in trades, and what I loved about it the most was that the back had a really extensive sketchbook and showed all, and since there were so many characters in that story, it had Eric Larson's commentary on it, but it's something that, I work with, the people behind Invincible, and they were very directly influenced by that. And I've definitely returned to that. And that I think Larson probably was the complete package writer and artist and told really compelling stories that worked as single issues. That series has definitely grown and changed tastes as it's gone on. But definitely that first 50 issues to 100 issues was really incredible stuff.
Yeah. I think that was the first comic I read that did the full splash page issue. Yeah. I mean, that I had seen anyway. There were a couple of issues of Savage Dragon where he confronts Overlord, and Overlord wipes him out and throws him out of a window, and then he ends up stuck on a pike or something. I'm actually rereading this, so that's why I know. I mean, I'm in the 20s. I'm right around the time leading up to that issue, where he fights God and the devil, or he fights the devil first, then God, or something like that. Another cool thing about Savage Dragon is it was the most reliable Image comic. It would actually come out, it would actually ship at least 9 or 10 issues a year, which was very rare for any of the other titles. So just from the consistency's sake, and I always I liked Eric's Spider-Man work a lot too. I know that I think he was very kind of underappreciated because he was coming after Todd, so he was the guy who wasn't Todd. But I always loved his Spider-Man work too. It was really weird because I discovered those guys through Image, and then I had to go backwards. So it was this Todd McFarlane guy, he did Spider-Man? Okay, I'll, go and try to find that. Or Jim Lee did X-Men? Sure, I'll go find that. So it was a really kind of, interesting way to come into them. Because, they were all superstars at the time, but I had no frame of reference at all. To me, their Image work was much more interesting than their Marvel work. But it was a great time. It's a great time to get into comics and love comics. It's just I don't care what anybody says. 90s comics are awesome, and the majority of comic creators now would not be here if it was not for the 90s and the die-cut covers and the holograms. Well, come on. All that stuff is awesome.
I think happening in parallel, you had, you had Vertigo going, which is just as influential on the current Image creators and other creators in general happening simultaneously with that. So you had a generation of readers growing up, probably starting with some of the Image superhero stuff or Marvel DC superhero stuff. And what kept me in, especially by the late 90s, was Preacher 100%, was 100 Bullets, was Transmet, was Sandman took me a bit longer to wrap my head around, but there was just such a wealth of stuff to rediscover.
I still haven't read Sandman.
But even lately, being able to delve into that time period, I'd never read Rachel Pollack's Doom Patrol, and there's just there's so many good comics to go back and re-explore that I think just limiting it to what Image did in the early 90s and letting that define a decade is doesn't really comprehend what that whole decade meant to comic books.
Yeah, and it's always wonderful to also kind of see it transfer and bleed into now, when DC New 52 came out. Grifter made it. I was like, oh, the 90s. He snuck right in. He made it into now.
All of those characters, I don't think I would have ever thought Grifter and Voodoo.
When I joined, when I came into DC editorial, and I worked alongside this editor, Pat McCallum, who recently passed away and was one of the masterminds behind Wizard. We got handed 5 titles. One was Aquaman, great, that's fantastic. One was a Green Lantern title, and then the other 3 were Stormwatch, Voodoo, and Grifter. Oh, sorry, it was Suicide Squad was the other one. And my head just exploded. Now, the development on that was very rocky, and at the end of the day, just worked on Stormwatch. But yeah, Grifter, I think, is probably the one of the character designs that has held up from that time period, and it's just really phenomenal. I actually have a Grifter mask in my drawer over there, which I should have pulled out for this. That would have just been a little lunatic. So yeah.
Go get it now. There's still time.
So, Shawn, if the good people want to maybe find you and see a Grifter mask on you one day, where can they find you on social
I'm not
media?
appearing in public these days. No, you can come pick up some of our wonderful comics. We just launched a Skybound Comet with Clementine Book 1 by Tilly Walden, which is a phenomenal YA OGN set in the world of The Walking Dead. We just launched I Hate This Place a couple months ago by Kyle Starks and Artie and Toppelin. Like, we're just putting out good comics that are really inspired by what I'm talking about here is Image and Vertigo especially, and some other stuff added to the mix. But just read comics, read Skybound comics, read other comics. It doesn't matter to me.
And Brandon, where can the good people find you?
You can find me in Excellence, coming out from Skybound Image. We still got a little work to do on that, so it's going to be big things coming from that. Hopefully shortly, we'll see. And I'm working on several DC things. I'm wrapping up Aquaman, which will be, I think, last issue comes out in a couple of weeks. I have a couple of small DC 10-pagers coming up that I'm really, really excited about. Really cool, like Black Lightning story in the Back to School special that is really turned out nice. I was very excited about it. And the Milestone animated movie will be coming out not soon, but sooner than you think. So.
And I'm Jessica Say. You can actually find me on Facebook. Please send me an inbox first so I know you're not a rando. And let me know that you actually saw all of us having this lovely conversation here at I Love 90s Comics here at Skybound Xpo. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What a cool tip for the 90s.
Let's get ready to Expo!
What a cool look back on one of the most transformative decades
Incredible.
in all of comics. You were telling me the golden era is really World War II time,
Right around there,
but the 90s, we're going to talk a little bit more about how you relate to 90s
I might have some opinions on that
in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
But first, some of our favorite comics are on sale during this expo. Grab compendiums of Invincible and The Walking Dead, along with volumes of our other favorite Skybound comics. Remember, the sale does end Monday, so you got to act right now. Some dude just dropped like $3,000 in the store.
$3,000?
Incredible.
Mr. Moneybags over here.
Really showing us out.
Inflation. We don't even know her. Come on. And Andrew, Skybound loves you.
I hope so.
Skybound loves me, and because Skybound loves you, there's free shipping happening right now on all items from Comics Vault Live, and there's also free shipping on all orders over $99. That is incredible. Also, I have to say, terms and conditions apply. Blah,
Lawyer,
blah, blah.
blah, blah,
Lawyer
blah,
talk. Boo, lawyers, don't sue me, boo. But you know what I'm going to say? Get your phones out, scan that QR code, leave no QR code unscanned, because that will hook you up with all the amazing products that we have going on in the store right now. And gamers, we did not forget about you. All games are on sale, and you can check out the latest merch items for Before Your Eyes, which if you haven't played it yet, what are you doing?
I mean, we'll play. You've been wanting. What are you guys doing?
What are we doing?
We're hosting
Expo 3, everyone.
And then we'll start playing. So I know we're about to wrap things up here. People are scanning their QR. I know.
I could do this for another 12 hours.
Well, you can.
Let's do it. We're going to do it.
I want to hear about you in the 90s and comics really quickly before we say goodbye, because I feel like it was an era near and dear to your heart.
Absolutely. A huge transformative year for comics, huge transformative year for me. Some of the highlights, things that I just heard them talking about, Vertigo Comics, the way that it pushed content and form was really important to me. Milestone Comics was really important. Black creators, POC creators getting together, taking the means of production in their own hands and breaking barriers that needed to be broken for so long.
Yeah.
And then also Image Comics. We are looking down the barrel. Image 30th anniversary.
Wow.
30th anniversary, which is so amazing because back in the 90s, when Image first started, there were so many naysayers who said it wouldn't even last a year.
Really?
And Image Comics, I could go on and on about all the Image books that I've loved, from all the way in the 90s to up until today, especially and including Blackbird by myself, Sam Humphries, and Jen Bartel.
But little plug there.
Just a little plug. But one of the most amazing things about Image is that it was a bunch of creators who got together and said, you know what, we're going to control our own destinies. We are going to break out of the system, and we are going to create our own characters, our own titles, and we're going to own it all. We are going to control our own destinies. That was a seismic shift in the comic book landscape, a seismic shift that continues to this day. The comic book landscape would not look the way that it is without those Image creators splitting off and doing what they did. When I broke into comics, I was a self-publisher. I was like, you know what, I'm sick of pitching and getting rejected. I'm just gonna make my own comics and put them out there and hope it works out. And it did. It worked out great. But it would have been so much harder for me to get there mentally. It would have been so much harder for me to have the guts to do it if it wasn't for the example of the Image Comics founders 30 years ago. So what they did, what they achieved, it goes so much far beyond just the comics and the characters and the content, which we all love. But they were such an example. It transformed the industry. And you know, some might say that the 90s died 20 years ago.
30. 20. Yeah,
22
20,
years
20,
ago.
22. Yeah, whatever.
Close enough.
We're getting older.
I don't do math. I'm a writer. God.
But I mean, that's awesome. It's really cool to hear that and talking about being able to break into the scene. I know how difficult that can be in so many different creative avenues. So big shout out to Image and their 30-year anniversary. Big shout out to Skybound, everyone here. It's been such a great show.
Oh my God.
Such a
This
great
has been
expo this
so
time
much fun.
around. I know.
Thank you to
you weren't
you,
too bad.
Andrew.
You know what?
Thank
we
you
got along.
to you.
Thank you to you. I like our matching shirts.
I know. We got to match every day.
That's right.
Whether we're seeing each other or not.
We'll just call each other in the morning.
Exactly.
So to keep posted on what Sam and I are wearing, and of course all the really more important things about stuff coming from Skybound, whether it be comics or games, become an insider. That is right. We're about to wrap things up, so that's the last thing you really got to do. Be sure to sign up to become a Skybound Insider. Scan that QR code on your screen right now. And thank you guys so much for joining us for Skybound Xpo III.
All of you. Thank you for bearing with us. I mean, you're welcome for all the entertainment we gave you. You're welcome for all the hot info we gave you.
For the humble Sam Humphries, I am Andrew Ghai. For everyone here at Skybound Entertainment, we love you, we appreciate you, we thank you so much for being here, and we will catch you guys on the next Expo or on the inside. See ya.
We love you.